Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 3 of Naruto Corrupted. In this alternate universe, Naruto had experienced oppression, lies, defilement, loneliness, and hatred by the time he became Genin. Being stripped in Orochimaru's bed of experiments didn't do his mind any favors, but it did leave him with his greatest power. Mokuton Naruto. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by the Omnipresent sage, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Chapter 8, To the Future We Move. Konoha was a glorious village with a rich history. Yet, to Naruto, this was the home that has never learned to love him. A treacherous place within which he was born. He didn't see any of that glory. To him, it looked nothing more than a facade. A mask put on to hide the filth that crawled through the streets. Not in night time but in broad daylight. Naruto looked up at the massive walls. A prison for him. Yet he hoped to serve his term and be free. To be relieved of the burden he carried. There would be more responsibilities now. He may even now find himself sitting by the gates. He was going to get his promotion, if things go well anyway. But Naruto didn't see any reason he would be denied that chance. After all, he was more deserving than a certain Uchiha. For Sakura, it would be a long journey. Whether she would break through or break down remained to be seen. Either way, nothing materially changed for him. I wish we were warned that being a shinobi meant a constant journey, Naruto said, as they passed through the gates. You can stay in the village, Kakashi replied. You just have to pick D-rank missions. A waste of shinobi talents. Disdain filtered through Naruto's mind when he thought of those nonsensical missions. Tell me we are never going to do those again. We are going to be Chunin now. Those should be reserved for Genin. I have go agree with Naruto on that, Sasuke said. We'll see. Kakashi gave a non-committal shrug of his shoulders. The streets were normal. There would be more joy spreading through like a wildfire once the faithful servants of the Uchiha Prince do learn that their lord had bested everyone in the stone to return home with the crown. For him, nothing would change. Nothing had changed. He hoped today, the only change would be the Chunin vest he would be wearing while strolling through the streets. To rub it in their faces that even when they didn't think he'd do it, Naruto had done it. The Hokage office was loaded with activity. More than usual. They hadn't been gone for long. Unlike with their snow mission. The third still looked like a sage. His bright eyes, too much strength for someone his age, danced around each of them. A warm, grandfatherly smile on his lips. He'd stopped what he was doing, waved his right hand to dismiss the people in the room. Slowly, they trotted out, leaving Team 7 facing the Sandaime Hokage. Hokage-sama. Kakashi bowed, his students did the same as they paid their respects to their leader. Team 7. The Sandaime paused, once more gauging them. You've done the village proud. Between you and Team Guy, I believe we have the best of this generation. Team Guy. A freak in charge. Kakashi smiled weakly thinking of his eternal rival, as Guy would say. They certainly were the better of them all. They did have a genius in the team. And Lee had become a literal clone of his sensei. The horror. But Kakashi could only try to ignore it. For his own mental and physical health. They graduated ahead, but there is no denying their strength. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. There were some who held concerns about young Lee over his inability to use chakra. But they seem to have forget that Guy is one of this village's greatest assets. If you were going to pick the top jonin within Konoha, Guy was going to be there. The man earned his glory. Sometimes, Kakashi wondered if they were truly being serious, if he'd get out in one piece. Putting him in with Niji has also helped, Kakashi said. That Tsuchikage said he'd sent the report ahead of us. Yes. It did arrive. You took your time coming back. Well, there was no need to hurry. I thought we'd just get busy after returning. If things get along. Hiruzen shook his head. A rather serious look on his face. I did read the report. Naruto and Sasuke were outstanding. The Tsuchikage held some reservations about Naruto's decision not to participate in the tournament. I hope you'll explain that fully to me. The more disappointing report was on Sakura. There was nothing written about her. Sakura flinched. The Sandame's stern gaze wasn't directed at her but toward her sensei. They were talking about her. Ever since Kakashi told her that she may get removed from the team, she'd not stood before the Hokage. This was the first time. After all, after returning from the snow, they'd only spent a week resting before being shipped out. She knew she hadn't done enough. No, she didn't do anything. Their opponents had targeted her because they'd viewed her as the weak link in the team. Getting captured had resulted in her teammates being put under a difficult task. She never apologized. But her biggest fear was getting removed from the team. This could be the last straw. We didn't have time to help her improve after the snow mission. We were immediately called upon to go to the stone. Don't judge her on this alone. If Naruto and Sasuke get promoted, they can be assigned to other teams while I work on Sakura. Hiruzen shook his head. She could have been killed. I suppose it was my decision to send you away knowing she wasn't ready. But this had to have been a valuable experience. He faced the girl. And smiled. You learned something valuable? Yes, Hokage-sama. Good. I expect to see some updates on how you improve. He looked between Naruto and Sasuke. Congratulations, you two. You are officially Chunin. Return later to collect your Chunin vests. For now, you're all dismissed. Stay behind, Kakashi. Once the Genin were out of the office, Jiraiya appeared from the window. I didn't think you'd gone ahead of us, Jiraiya-sama. The Sannin waved his right hand. I didn't. After I encountered Orochimaru, I stayed around. Wasn't sure he wouldn't do anything. He was also there? Kakashi looked surprised. But should he? Naruto told me that Kabuto managed to get closer to him. Do you think he is trying to make a move on them? He is. Hiruzen replied firmly. We have to protect them. That is why from now on, the two will remain in the village. Sasuke will be closely watched to ensure nobody gets close to him. We will decide what must be done for now. We can't take the risk of sending them out on missions at the moment. They might not return. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. There is also the problem of the Akatsuki. Intel suggests that they may be after Jinchuriki. Nothing is certain yet, but we can't take chances. Both Naruto and Sasuke need to improve. Naruto's potential was massive. But he couldn't be around Sasuke now. That would just drive the Uchiha insane. Naruto needed to train alone and so did Sasuke. How is Sasuke taking Naruto's progress? Kakashi let loose of a long breath. Not very well. Naruto claimed he didn't participate in the tournament because he didn't want to worsen things. I think he has observed that Sasuke's jealousy is getting the best of him. There is no telling what he will do if he feels he isn't improving fast enough. Kakashi did think that the Uchiha already knew about Naruto's secret. If so, there was no telling he wouldn't decide to join Orochimaru if he thought he could become stronger. With his mindset, there was nothing Sasuke couldn't do for power. Naruto has stated that he can't think of any way Sasuke's mind can be healed. He says Sasuke's lust for power is too great. He might sometimes show signs of friendship. But deep within, if provoked, he will decide power. The only way to heal that is to give him power. But according to Naruto, those chances are limited. As long as Sasuke can't activate the Mangekyo, he will never reach his full potential. Hiruzen leaned back to his chair. When it came to analyzing people, Naruto was rather good at it. Well, it wasn't anything he hadn't thought of when looking at Kakashi's reports. The difference was that he held some hope that things could be better. Yet, Naruto didn't inspire much hope. How come Naruto knows so much about the Sharingan? Some even older than Naruto don't even know about the Mangekyo. He said Orochimaru was obsessed with it. He doesn't know how the Mangekyo is unlocked nonetheless, Kakashi answered. At this stage, Kakashi didn't think it was even practical for Sasuke. The death of someone close to you? Jiraiya asked. Yes. The only person closest to Sasuke who could actually provoke that kind of grief to awaken the Mangekyo is Naruto. There just doesn't seem like there is nothing we can do about it. Hiruzen released a long breath. Either way, we have to work something out. Naruto and Sasuke will be sent out on S-rank missions. Jiraiya, you will take Naruto to Yuzu. You'll leave him there. I'll have a couple of Umbu watching over him. You can visit him if you like. Why Yuzu? And I'd the one to train him. When you visit him you can do that. But Naruto needs a place that is remote to continue with his Mokuton training. I gave him the Shodai scrolls. He said with enough training, he would be able to replicate. However, in this village, he can't experiment. Yuzu is remote. He can be safe there. Besides, I think Naruto knows about his parents. Training in Yuzu will be fitting for him. Yuzu is his ancestral home. Replicate? Yamato hasn't been able to do that. Naruto already does jutsu, Yamato cannot. Kakashi was quick to say. It does help that Naruto has massive chakra pools to be able to execute demanding jutsu. I can't exactly help with Mokuton. Jiraiya was quiet in his response. He really wanted to be closer to Naruto. But he could still do that. Maybe he would go there to be the test the blonde requires. Fine. What of Sasuke? We will think of something. But we can't exactly send you out, Kakashi. They are going to be away for a couple of years. We want them to return powerful enough to defend themselves. There is no war. No threat to the village, we can afford to let them leave. You, however, can't be gone for too long. You are always needed in Konoha. Besides, by the time they return, we might have already made plans to deal with Orochimaru. If we do that, we no longer have to worry about him tempting Sasuke. I will continue to gather all information I can about his operations. Jiraiya frowned slightly. If there was someone who was slippery, it was his former friend. But they had to go about this. To make sure the shinobi world was safe. To secure Konoha's safety. And to protect the village's assets. Do that. It is important. Hiruzen faced Kakashi. As of this moment, Team 7 is disbanded. Sakura will be placed in another team once Naruto and Sasuke have left. Even if I reinstate it, Sakura will be off. You will inform them all immediately of this. Hi. Kakashi did not argue, seeing the look on the Sandame's face. Hiruzen turned to Jiraiya. I'm hearing some unpleasant things about Tsunagakure. I hope it is nothing. Suna would plot something? Doesn't it heavily depend on us? That is the problem. But I have arranged a meeting with Raza. We will see how it goes. On Sasuke's case, we need go manage him. We can't keep treating him like a spoiled child. Hiruzen blamed Itachi for this. The next time the Uchiha appeared before him, he was going to talk to him about it. There was no reason to make Sasuke turn out the way he did. According to Kakashi, Itachi had apparently told Sasuke to hate him. Maybe that was his way of trying to atone, but it wasn't doing the village any favors. At this rate, it was apparent that if the young Uchiha ever learned of the truth, he would no doubt turn against the leaf. He was highly emotional and seemed to be purely driven by his hatred. Maybe Danzo would have been better suited for his development, Kakashi said as a joke. But it was met with silence. After a moment, the Sandame replied. Danzo would have made sure he learned to control his emotions. Or just kill them. Either way, he may have been a finer shinobi. But completely loyal to Danzo. No doubt would have tried to overthrow you by now. Jiraiya added. The third smiled. There is always a catch, isn't it? He turned serious. I'll try to get as much as I can out of Naruto about Orochimaru. And share what he may not know. I feel we are drifting away. And the only way to work it out is to be honest with him. You can speak to him after Jiraiya. You only came back and already it's ramen, Ino said, walking over to the ramen stand. She sat down beside the blonde and stared at the 3 bowls already on the side, a 4th one being slowly savored. Naruto glanced at the blonde for a second and then stared at the ramen. Ino's presence wasn't hated. If it was someone else, he would have felt bothered by their presence, disturbing him in his mealtime. She was the only friend he had outside of his team. No, aside from Sasuke. Sakura wasn't a friend. And other genin he graduated with were just fellow Konoha shinobi. You have a magnet attracted to my presence? If you miss me, you should just say so, my dear Ino-chan, said Naruto in a sly tone. In your dreams? Naruto stared at her. I've only been back for a couple of hours, and already you're hounding me. Shouldn't you be with your friends or teammates? Ino looked away. True, she had gone out of her way to look for him. But Naruto wasn't that difficult to find. There were 4 places he spent his time: Team 7 training ground, the Forest of Death, ramen stand, and his apartment. If he wasn't in any of those places, she always assumed he was not in the village. Did she miss him? Not as much as when he'd been gone for weeks. This time, it was just a week. A couple of days. But it was her conversation with Sakura that made her hunt for the blonde. After all, her friend had immediately gone to the flower shop after leaving the Hokage office, without even going home to take a bath and change. And that was saying something considering it was Sakura. No team meetings. There are no other friends to hang out with. I'll have you know that I spend much of my time in the flower shop helping my mother when in this village. Strange, I always considered you to be the kind of person who always spent time lurking in shadows, trying to hunt for information. Perhaps to attempt to take over your father. How do you know about my father? I never speak about him, and his duties aren't exactly a public thing. Naruto shrugged. I had some encounters with him. Of course, he didn't get to poke around my mind. I dislike being violated like that. That makes me curious. Aren't you always? Naruto finished the last of the contents in his bowl. He quickly changed the subject. Well, I can't say I am displeased to see you. In fact, you're probably the only person I prefer eating with. Not your dear Sasuke? Don't say it like that. Sure, I spend a lot of time with the brooding bastard. But that is for training purposes. And you know, he has no one else. If I leave him alone, you never know what he is going to be thinking. Ino shook her head. If she said there wasn't some lingering attraction toward the Uchiha, it would be a lie. He was still handsome. The only problem was his personality. Well, it had always been a problem. Obsessions just didn't permit them to see it all. Sakura was crying. Naruto released a long breath. He'd wondered why she'd bother coming to him like this. Now that the Sandaime had driven the message home, and that he had made it clear to her that she was at risk, flashes of reality must be starting to creep in. She could only go cry to her beloved Ino. Who would she cry to in the team? She told you, huh? Kakashi had informed him of the news not so long ago. I'm shocked. I felt pity for her. Why would the Sandaime do something like that? I mean, sure, she isn't the best, but you can't just take someone off the team like that. It is called a team for a reason. Don't discuss that with me. If you have something to complain about, go talk to the Sandaime Hokage. Actually, I'm going to him now. We can go together. Ino flinched. There was just a raw hint of coldness in Naruto's tone. It felt strange yet somehow familiar. The blonde always tried to be bubbly around her. But he had those moments. She wondered, Sakura was his teammate. Why would he be like that? Sure, the girl wasn't the best person, but they were still teammates. You don't really care much about her, do you? Not really. Your honesty is hurtful. Naruto chuckled lightly. Do you suppose I should have said I care? Sakura has never been kind to me. I have always had to save her life, and not once has she shown her appreciation. Ungrateful, yes. Yet continues to be a burden. Well, at least the exam taught her a very good lesson. One she will never forget. Anything could have happened to her, you know? She is a girl. She could have been raped if they'd been perverts. That could have happened. But that is the unfortunate danger of being a kunoichi. You just need to be strong enough. Life isn't fair. Not everyone upholds moral standards. Besides, there are consequences for the choices we make. The situation with Sakura was disappointing. Maybe she would change. For now, Naruto could celebrate that he was now a chunin. He could finally make the move to a new apartment. I spoke to her about this while we were at IWA. There is nothing to add. He added. Good thing you came. I think flowers will be nice for my new place. You're getting a new place? Yup. Just for measure. I'm growing. My place doesn't have enough space. I need a bigger space. A secondary room I can use for other things. What things? Naruto just smiled. Lead the way, Ino. I don't see the third in about an hour. You'll help me pick flowers I can put in my kitchen, right? I've grown to love nature recently with my use of Mokuton. Ino certainly didn't mind walking with him along the streets. Even when she knew that some people stared. He liked her for that. The whispers didn't bother her. The glares were fine. She was the kind of friend one enjoyed having. A true friend. Maybe not. You could never know with people. He was conscious of the fact that even Sasuke could stab him in the back. Was he being cynical? We've never hanged out, have we? Ino suddenly asked as they walked toward her flower shop. Not. I don't think so. Naruto replied in a thoughtful tone. You want to hang out? Isn't that what friends do? Yeah. Naruto paused. What would he be doing with Ino? He was usually training or just taking a breather. He didn't mind the pointless chatter. He wasn't that of a serious person to stop himself from engaging in things that amused him. We can do that sometime. We could watch a movie. Maybe you could invite me when you meet with your team. I could try to out Ichiraku. Though I would probably lose. Movies? I didn't think you were romantic. There is romance in movies? Where does romance get involved here? Aren't we just some brats going to amuse ourselves by watching a movie? Unless, of course, you're into the adult stuff. Naruto grinned, his eyes firmly on Ino. I'm not a brat. Says the child who lives in her father's house. They still buy you your clothes, don't they? Your mother still does your washing? She is my mother. It is her job. Of course. Naruto wrapped his right hand around her shoulder, pulling her closer. So, what do adults do when they are alone, Ino? Didn't you say you're the adult? You tell me. She didn't try to remove the hand on her shoulder. Even when they were too close for comfort. People would talk, but did it matter? Forget it. Naruto said. Wait, is your mom there? Yes. Is it proper to meet her now? I don't think I'm ready to meet her. We should wait. Actually, I think we are taking this too fast. Ino jabbed him on his ribs, causing him to let her go. Ouch! Naruto cried. Why'd you do that for? For a second, I was worried you were afraid Mother would not like you because, you know. Naruto smiled. That concerned you? Yeah, she admitted. I know it's the adults. But Mother is delightful. If you smile, she won't mind. I'm sure as long as I have no intentions toward her daughter, she won't mind. Naruto replied. You're being cynical. Mother is fine. You'll see. It didn't take long for them to reach the quiet store. The second they stepped in, Ino shouted. Mom! I'm back. Can you be any louder? I thought Sakura was worse. She glared at him. But a woman trotted into the scene. Gloved hands. She was carrying water. Her eyes fell on him. She stared for a moment, and then smiled. You must be Naruto. Naruto faced Ino with a questioning look. She just shrugged. Ino speaks about you a lot. Ino's mother answered his unasked question. She said those words with a warm smile. You must see how she lights up. She left her poor mother saying she was going to see her D-dash. Mother! Ino shouted angrily. Oh? Naruto ignored the girl. A splitting grin settled on his lips. I didn't know she spoke about me like that. What more has she said? Just yesterday at dinner, she was saying that. Mother! Ino shouted again. I should have known bringing you here was a bad idea. She groaned. Don't get along with my mother! That's not what you came here for. You want flowers, don't you? She was dragging him away as she said those words. In his usual self, the Sandaime was all jolly when Naruto walked into his office. Happiness. And the unmistakable look of a parent who was proud of the achievement of his child. He'd become Chunin. Hiruzen could celebrate that. It was strange. The third was much happier than he was. Maybe it was because he knew on practical terms, this wouldn't change the difficulties in his life. A step closer to his dream? What was his dream anyway? There were so many complex matters within his heart. It was all weary at times. But not always gloom and doom. He settled comfortably in front of the third's desk. And then offered the old man a smile. I thought you'd come a little earlier. The sun was already starting to set. Sooner, the night shadows would be creeping in. I got a little held up with Ino. She insisted checking a new place with me after we checked out some flowers. The young Yamanaka girl. Hiruzen wasn't going to interfere by talking to either the girl or her father. Some things were better left alone. Still, he was happier with Naruto having a female friend. Sure, they were still young. But it just showed him that not everything was lost. There was a future. A future in which Naruto was laughing with happiness. You've become close to her. How is the friendship? Fine. She is the only person in this village aside from Sasuke that I can call a friend. And she is joy to be around. Her personality does help. Hiruzen nodded. At some point, I'd been afraid you'd never make friends. Naruto wanted to say that it would have been his fault. No, most of his troubles were caused by the Sandaime. Even to this day, he couldn't fathom why Hiruzen had taken the decision to announce him as the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki when he knew full well how people treated hosts. He could have lived the normal orphanage life. But there was none of that. He had ended up with Orochimaru while battling the ghosts that haunted the walls of the orphanage. Things change and Ino is different. After all, she does know that I'm a Jinchuriki. That just made Hiruzen's smile widen. Do you think most of those who know you will have the same attitude? I think so. It is only the adults who are a problem. For the young ones, it was something they were taught. And as they grow, they start forming their own thoughts. Naruto adopted a thoughtful look. I don't think I had a bigger problem at the academy in my class with other students. That is good. Very good. Hiruzen leaned back to his chair, adopting a serious look on his face. Our relationship hasn't been good over the past years because I've kept things from you. I should have told you. But for some reason, I thought I was protecting you even though I knew you were hurting. I truly am sorry, Naruto. You suffered a lot because of my decisions. I do hope you'll find it in your heart to forgive my actions. He finished in a weak tone. Naruto didn't reply, even as the third paused to give him a chance to speak. His silence forced the old man to speak again. It was troubling. Hiruzen was filled with nothing but regrets. If things had been managed better, Naruto wouldn't have suffered. It was because of him. He was the Hokage. He decided for Naruto and the blonde suffered those consequences. Hiruzen stood up from his chair, walked over to the window. He released a short breath and then motioned for Naruto to come to him. Once the blonde was near him, he placed a hand on his shoulder, and they disappeared into thin air. Naruto was surprised when they arrived in front of a modest house. He watched as the Sandaime walked toward the door. He stuffed his hand inside his robe and removed a key. He opened the door and motioned for him to follow. The house was well maintained. The air around was fresh. The Sandaime moved him toward the living room. They walked past it and went to a bedroom with a large crib. Naruto felt his body tense. his intestines cringe. He was overwhelmed by emotions. Without the Sandaime saying anything, he already knew. Unconsciously, he walked over to the crib and leaned over, putting a hand on the mattress. Some part of him wanted to jump in, to feel the comfort he would have felt while inside this little bed. His bed. He imagined himself trying to eat his feet as if they were food. Late at night, parents watching him as he refused to sleep, wanting to play some more. Maybe even cry over his refusal to sleep when his mind didn't want to. The feelings. It made him smile sadly, a tear dropped. Hoping and wishing he could live this reality. But he couldn't. It was all past him. Beyond him. He could only wish while moving forward. The night the Kyuubi attacked the village, you were supposed to have returned here with your parents. But something wrong happened. My wife and your father were watching over while your mother gave birth. Someone attacked. He killed everyone, including my wife. While your father saved you, the man went after your mother and released the Kyuubi, sending it on a rampage. We have all believed it was the Sharingan that manipulated it, but we couldn't prove it. The Kyuubi was just too powerful. I don't know why, but your father decided to seal it within you. Your mother had still been alive even after the bijou was extracted, she could still have resealed it within her. But your father decided. He was using a method that would have killed him as a result. I suppose he thought you could do without a father but not without a mother. However, during the process, the Kyuubi attempted to kill you to stop being sealed. Your parents put themselves in the way to protect you. Sealing the bijou saved Konoha. Naruto was silent. The somber tone that Sandaime used didn't make him happy. Against his urges, Naruto climbed the crib. He rested his back against it, his feet resting on his wooden walls. He closed his eyes, trying to feel the comfort. Why? Naruto asked soundlessly. I've always wanted to ask you why you would rob me of this. Hiruzen felt as if a knife had been put through his chest. He felt the pain. Worse, even he had come to realize his decisions were naive and couldn't really justify them. He smiled with frustration. Frustrated with himself, for his failures and many regrets. But as he had assumed, Naruto already knew. He didn't need to spell it out that his father was the Yondaime Hokage. I thought I was protecting you. If nobody knew who your father was, then nobody would target you. While a war hero in this village, many hated him outside. But nobody more than the stone. Hiruzen shook his head. I thought you'd end up telling someone if I told you. And that would put your life in danger. As if my life wasn't in danger already. In hindsight, I should have known. Hiruzen bitterly laughed. And I was called a genius. I allowed my idealism to get the best of me. I was always hopeful of the best. I suppose after experiencing the First and Second Wars, I changed. By the time we were on the third, I'd already seen too much and sought nothing but peace. He closed his eyes. Do you know Hyuga Neji? Hinata's cousin? Yes. After the Kumo incident, I didn't want war. Even though Kumo was wrong, I was afraid of war and bowed to the demands. Niji's father was sacrificed as a result. His life has been ruined. He hates his clan and nearly killed his cousin. One life over many, I suppose that is rational. But a weak position to take. Konoha is the most powerful. Kumo wouldn't have readily gone to war over it, but I could be wrong. Those are subjects I don't fully yet understand. Yes. I know I've taken many wrong decisions. I should have done better. And I may never get to correct some of those things. Hiruzen replied. Kushina Uzumaki. That was your mother. She was most likely the last of her clan after it was destroyed. And now you're the last. Naruto shook his head. I met another Uzumaki while at Orochimaru. Her name is Karen. Red hair. Special chakra. That is good. Perhaps when we raid his hideouts, we will rescue her. She wasn't being experimented on, was she? Naruto shook his head. No. She had special chakra that healed any wound. He frowned slightly. She seemed to be learning under him. Experiments? It would appear so. That was some time ago. I hardly think over those memories. More than anything, I just wish I never lived those times. He smiled. Of course, that is just wishful, but some parts of me think I can do it. I see. Hiruzen fell silent for a couple of moments before speaking once more. I kept this house in good condition because I always thought you would come live here one day once you've learned the truth. I just booked a new place. But at least I won't have to worry about rent. Naruto smiled slightly. Good. There is an organization that is most likely after Jinchuriki. We don't know what they want with them. But you're in danger. Because of this, I've decided that you'll be secretly sent away. You can't tell anyone that you're leaving or where you are going. Only me, Kakashi, and Jiraiya will know. Sasuke might also know you're leaving, but not where, since he too will go away. While away, you will be training and will be returned once we believe you're strong enough to face even S-rank shinobi. To be away from humans. Ino, Sakura, Sasuke, and Konoha. But more importantly, for training. Now, that made him happy. He could finally be able to try out some jutsu that were too massive to be practiced while in the village. He needed that. Just spending time training. He'd never thought such a thing would occur. But such an opportunity, he couldn't miss out. He'd grab it with two hands. But to be away from Ino would be sad. To be without her enduring and joyful presence would really be a sad thing. Nonetheless, this was for him. He could afford to suffer this much, for his tomorrow. Naruto rose from the crib. Sat with his legs folded and stared at the sandaime. How long? 2 to 3 years. For both you and Sasuke? Who will be with me? Umbu's squad daily. They'll be watching over the perimeter and won't interfere or even speak to you. Unless there is an emergency. Jiraiya will come to check on you occasionally. I could send Yamato with you if you want. Naruto shook his head. He can't do what I want to do. So he can help. I see. Anything you'll require? I must be going somewhere remote if I'm going to be still and hidden. Where am I going? Hiruzen smiled. You'll find out. For now, settle in. Pictures of your parents were removed. They are in a storeroom. I have preserved even your family jutsu. And some of your father's jutsu. If you want to learn them, you're free to do so. I'll give you a month to settle. Sasuke slumped down under a tree. Tired as hell. Once more, he was pushed toward his limits. So often with Naruto, he could go on until he could no longer even keep his Sharingan activated. He not only fell short with chakra but with stamina as well. The blonde was a completely different animal when it came to stamina. His engine never seemed to stop running. He glanced at the blonde. Already, he was on his other training. Something extreme. Naruto did go all out when it came to training. He did do some risky things. Perhaps that was why his instincts were sharp. Right now, the blonde was standing atop of a pole. He was surrounded by sharp wooden splitters. On the other side, a clone was hurling sharp spikes toward him. That was not all. The blonde was blindfolded. One of these days, Naruto was going to fatally wound himself. Then again, the blonde healed and irate Sasuke was envious. He shook his bitter thoughts and closed his eyes for a moment. Very soon, he wouldn't be doing this anymore. Kakashi hadn't told him the reasons. Not that he cared. If he was at a place where he could train without interruption, Sasuke wasn't going to complain. But he was going to miss training with Naruto. There was no better friend. He would have liked it better if he was going to be with Naruto. Of course, he never made such an admission to Kakashi. He could imagine Naruto's mocking if he said something like that. Wow! Sasuke's eyes snapped open. Naruto was suddenly standing just above him. It is rare for you to be without a brooding face. If you were always like this, you'd be a decent person. Sasuke shot Naruto a glare. There was always that dig aimed at him. About his attitude. Naruto had once even blocked his nose and eyes, saying his attitude burned his eyes and smelled too much for him to bear. Sasuke released a short breath. What was the point of that training? Instincts. The sharper your instincts, the better you are at avoiding death. You know experience counts in battle. Sometimes it isn't skill, but instinct honed from battle that saves you. I want to train my body to be able to sense danger and react accordingly, Naruto explained as he settled beside the Uchiha. He laid on his back, looked at the leaves for a moment. You want to try it? Do I look like I say this to you? A pity. I would have enjoyed that, Naruto replied with a look of disappointment. I suppose this will be the last one. You've already been told yes? Yeah. You must be thrilled to be finally getting the time you need to train. Perhaps while away from humans, you'll come back an adult. No, you do need someone who'll teach you to rein on your emotions. Will be cool if you returned as an adult. Naruto paused. But I fear the only thing you'll have on mind once returning is hunting Itachi. After all, once you're fed with a little bit of power, your arrogance gets bloated and so does your superiority complex. Sasuke's look became expressionless. I know I have faults. It is more frustrating when you keep pointing them out like it is some sport for you. Naruto laughed. Of course it is. I enjoy tormenting you. Still, I never thought we'd be sent away for training. Sasuke nodded in agreement. But we need this. It would have been helpful if we were together. That just slipped out. He hoped he didn't sound desperate. Don't worry, Sasu. I'll come to visit you, though. I didn't think you enjoyed training with me so much that you'd wish I was with you. I'm not wishing anything. I'm just saying it would have been better. Yes, keep telling yourself that. Sasuke ignored this. Why do you think they decided this? For you? I would say you're a flight risk. The village is stuck between keeping you here and wait for Orochimaru to pounce or get you to become strong enough. You're hardly a model of loyalty. Sasuke gritted his teeth. It was just the way that Naruto spoke that offended him. Konoha is my home. Then let us leave it at that. Naruto closed his eyes. Another presence forced Naruto's eyes to snap open. He glanced at Sasuke through the corner of his eyes. The Uchiha was wide awake. Had he taken a short nap? But more importantly, who was this person who was coming toward them? It wasn't anything normal. The answer came when the person appeared. He smiled. He could have become all serious. But this was a person he knew. Not too well. But he knew enough not to like the cripple. Even the Sandaime had warned him against the man. Besides, this person never saw Naruto when he looked at him. It was always the Kyuubi. Perhaps things were different now that he was a Mokuton user. According to Yamato, he'd grown around the man's hideout, learning and training under him. Until the Sandaime made the discovery, and he was transferred back to regular Umbu. Danzo-san. Naruto greeted with a smile, sitting up. He glanced at the person the cripple was walking with. A pale teen. Unfamiliar. He looked back at the Warhawk. I overheard your conversation about leaving the village for training. The Warhawk stated in a stern tone. Overheard? More like eavesdropping. I suppose he is the one doing it for you. Bothersome. The Sandaime wasn't going to be particularly pleased to learn this. But at least they never said anything about where they were going. Regardless, I heard you. While I am pleased Hiruzen is taking correct measures, I'm displeased that you have yet to display any interest in using the Kyuubi's power. It is a waste for it to remain just dormant within you. I'm even willing to offer my help to teach you how to master that power. I think it is also a disadvantage that a Mokuton user is also a Jinchuriki. We can never utilize the two at once. Regardless, if we go to war we'd be lagging. Kyumo's Jinchuriki control their Bija, and so do IWA. The same can also be said about Suna's Jinchuriki. On a strategic point, to have a Bija on the other side and a Mokuton user on the other side would be beneficial. But at this point, he couldn't do both. Well, at least that was what Danzo thought. If it was a matter of transforming, a clone could wield the Kyuubi's power while he ran rampant using Mokuton. It would also disguise as to who was the real Jinchuriki. People from outside don't know who the Jinchuriki in this village is, do they? No. Naruto smiled. Well, that was just perfect. He could always use a clone. It'd save him some trouble. At least until the truth is discovered. Well, thank you for the offer, but no thanks. Danzo turned to Sasuke. Nothing unpredictable. Naruto was close to the Sandaime. Obviously, he would refuse his help. But Sasuke was a different matter. With power, the Uchiha could be tempted. By this age, Itachi already had a fully matured Sharingan. You have the capacity and skill. If you'd been given to me, I would have already helped you awaken even the Mangekyo. You'd be a lot closer to achieving your dream. This can still be achieved. I can still help you. What do you know about the Mangekyo? I know enough. Itachi once served under me, after all. Danzo replied. But before he could say anything, an Anbu dropped in front of him. Danzo-sama. Hokage-sama has directed you to leave the two alone, now. We have been authorized to use force if necessary. Danzo glared for a moment. You heard me. Sai will be in contact. And with that, the war hawk turned away and left, Sai along with him. The Anbu disappeared as well. Naruto released a long breath. I'm surprised you remained chilled even when he spoke about Itachi. Sasuke ignored this. Who is he? A relic of the past. A man who loves power. You could say a man who moves things in the darkness. Naruto paused. The Mangekyo Sharingan, eh? Sasuke was silent. Before he fled, Itachi told me where to find the secret of awakening the eyes. He said without eyes like his, I could never kill him. Sasuke spoke with anger. Grief? The death of someone you value dearly. Truly, the Uchiha are emotional beings and the Sharingan loves dark things. Naruto shook his head. So, for you to possess eyes that do amazing things, you need to kill me? Yes. Sasuke answered. But I'm not my brother. I won't go down that path. I will do things my way. You could have just said I can't bring myself to kill my only friend. Don't be full of yourself. Killing that man is the only thing I desire. And no one is going to stand in my way. Not even you, Naruto. Young yet so damaged. Sometimes I think there won't be hope for you. Well, that is life. Naruto stood up. Don't lag behind. Give it your all. Because if you do it half-heartedly, you won't be able to stand on my shadow. I can say the same thing to you. That would be a warning. If only you trained far harder than me. But that is not quite true, is it? You must at least match my training. The Sandaime was surrounded by a couple of scrolls, his pipe in his mouth. Kakashi sat in front of the aged Hokage, legs folded. The room was being watched by Anbu. No one would eavesdrop their conversation since they were discussing top secret things. Danzo appeared before Naruto and Sasuke while they were training. The third said in a tired tone. He removed his pipe, placed it beside him and opened one scroll. He was offering help to both. I'm only surprised it took him this long to make a move. Kakashi replied. He has been content with just watching. Must have heard about what is coming next. That was most likely the case. Kakashi would loathe to have the man close to any of his students. He was corrupting. But admittedly, if there was someone who could have ensured that Sasuke had better control over his emotions, it was the War Hawk. I have sorted him nonetheless, Hiruzen added. He lifted his eyes and looked at Kakashi. Have you spoken to Naruto yet? The Jonin shook his head. Not about the other things. I spoke to him. He is at his father's house. When you go to him, do talk to him about Minato if he asks. I'm afraid if you didn't already teach him the Rasengan, things would have been difficult for you. Kakashi nodded. But he'd not done that in honor of his sensei. He had been forced because he had taken Sasuke under his wing. He'd taught the Uchiha his jutsu. Naruto didn't have much then. He wasn't using Mokuton in the same way as now. To balance things, he'd shown Naruto the basics. To say he even taught the blonde would be misleading a little bit. Naruto's understanding of jutsu was good. If he was going to spend more time alone just for training, his understanding was going to be supreme. How did he take it? Not with surprise. He already knew. How isn't something I discussed with him? And why he never said anything? Some things are better left unsaid. Hiruzen sighed. Honestly, he wished they'd discussed things a bit. But the time wasn't right. He would have ruined the mood. I know that, Kakashi replied, earning a look from the Hokage, but he just shook his head slightly. Have you decided on Sasuke? I will have 2 of my Umbu train him when you're not around to watch him. When it comes to emotional control, they are best suited for this. He paused, wondering if he should try to get in touch with Itachi. He worried that if Sasuke ever learned of the truth, he'd react negatively. After all, there was much hatred within him. If he stopped directing it toward Itachi, he would direct it elsewhere and Konoha would most likely be the subject. He hoped things wouldn't come to this. Once more, Hiruzen couldn't really understand why Itachi set Sasuke on a path of hatred. Things could have been different. He could have looked at things differently. But they'd both made blunders. That will indeed help him. I'm gathering scrolls on lightning and fire style jutsu for him. You will still show him the ropes when necessary. He paused. What is Naruto's element? Kakashi smiled a little sheepishly. I don't know. Hiruzen stared sternly for a second before shaking his head with disappointment. Minato would be disappointed. You have utterly failed in your attempt to be a sensei. At this stage, Naruto is a chunin, and yet you don't know his natural affinity? I didn't think he needed it. You always don't think they need something. I don't need to lecture you on how unkind the shinobi world is, Kakashi. Just because we are not at war now doesn't mean there won't be anything tomorrow. He smiled sadly. I suppose I have no right to lecture you having started with this by changing things at the academy. The standards have really dropped. We have been living in peace. Not Shinobi Nation appears to have an appetite for war. Not so long ago, Kumo was threatening war. No doubt, if that happened, others would have taken advantage of the situation. We are constantly at odds with other nations. Hiruzen folded the scroll he was looking at and then threw it at Kakashi. What have you decided for Sakura? I imagine even if Team 7 is disbanded, you're not going to abandon her. With her chakra levels and weak stamina, she is best suited for either genjutsu or medical ninjutsu. Her chakra control is perfect, which does make her ideal for genjutsu. I'll have her meet with Kurenai and then Shizen-san. Excellent. Hiruzen smiled. Naruto had been trying to learn with her. How has that gone? There hasn't been time for him to sit through with her. But from what I know, she has briefed him on the fundamentals. Someone people would call this intrusion, Naruto said without looking up from the kitchen table. There were a couple of scrolls littered, 3 bowls on the side. Jiraiya folded his arms and paused, wondering if he should stop or continue. After a moment of hesitation, he walked toward Naruto and pulled a chair. He sat across, eyes lingering on the scrolls. The ones that were open. There was one on Mokuton. He saw 2 more with strange markings. Was it Fuinjutsu? His eyes halted on the one folded covered by a gold thread. He knew that scroll. Many would kill to possess such a copy. I knocked at the door and there was no answer. The Sannin finally responded. It means nobody is home or we are too busy. I can see you're busy. I didn't think you held any interest in Fuinjutsu. A difficult task for anyone. There weren't any Fuinjutsu masters in the village. Kushina and Minato had been. The Sandaime knew the art. But it wasn't something that was even taught in the academy. Who even wanted to study the complex art of Fuinjutsu anyway? The kids of today were much more focused on flashy ninjutsu and clan techniques, forgetting that without the art of sealing, certain things wouldn't even be possible. It never came to mind. But it is because of Fuinjutsu that I'm a Jinchuriki. I'm not interested in all that. I've found myself drawn into barriers. He doubted he could ever do it in the same way as his mother. She was especially helped by her chakra chains. Perhaps as her son, he could do the same. That remained a mystery for now. What was obvious was that his mother was much more skilled with Fuinjutsu than his father was. He wasn't interested in all that deep details. He needed to learn just enough. But perhaps if he was going to call his children Uzumaki, it would be best to revive the family tradition. I'm a Fuinjutsu master myself, Jiraiya offered with a grin. I can teach you if you want. Naruto glanced at the Sannin and then released a long breath. He smiled. It is truly difficult to be my usual happy self around you. Jiraiya frowned deeply. Do you dislike me? Naruto shook his head. There is no reason to. I don't know. I just want to be serious. My instinct tells me as much, though, you can't be called a serious person. Perhaps one day I'll be free. So, he just wasn't free around him. Was it the way he looked at him? Was it the unanswered questions? Jiraiya couldn't tell. Perhaps I'll ask you to help me one day. If Naruto couldn't use things like his mother, he could use Mokuton. The timber used to make wooden lock wall was hard enough to almost withstand anything. But it had its disadvantages. Perhaps he didn't necessarily need barriers. Maybe he was overthinking things. He glanced at the Sannin, seeing a somewhat surprised look. He smiled sadly. It isn't you, it is me. You're actually a very nice person. I know that. You're a bit carefree. But you know, I have some mental issues that I struggle to deal with. Therefore, I say, perhaps one day, I'll trust you enough that I'll be able to be free. Trust, huh? Yeah. Naruto nodded. What can I do for you? Please let not be that talk about how you were my father's sensei and my godfather. I have no interest in that. That is the past. I'm looking forward to the future. You're not even going to hear my apologies? Despite being your godfather, I didn't do anything for you. Minato was like a son, yet I did nothing for you. Jiraiya said in anger. Over himself for his failure to help Naruto in his time of need. Naruto stared at the scroll. His father's barrier was unique. Perhaps because it included the study of space/time. Naruto didn't have that time to delve deep onto those mysteries. But maybe he could focus on it as time goes on. There was no need to pile all things at once. It would just overwhelm him. He folded the scroll, pulled another one. You did nothing for me. But I never expected anything from you. A child, yes. But you're not my grandparent. Dwelling on the past does nothing but make you feel bitterness. I have enough of that. If you want to work over your guilt, go do it alone. I refuse to speak to the Sandaime on such issues because of the same reason. I don't care for your guilt. It doesn't improve things for me. You would rather we die with our guilt? Naruto faced the Sannin with an amused look. I said I don't hate you, but I won't entertain any talks. If you're gonna keep your regrets, keep them. That is for you. If you need psychological help, the village does offer such help. His smile slipped. I have my own issues to deal with. Mental scars that refuse to go away. Then, what else can I do for you? Jiraiya was silent. Basically, Naruto wasn't going to let him get over his feelings by talking to him. He didn't want anyone to dump their problems on him because he had his own issues. What do you say about Sage Jutsu? Have you changed your mind? Yes. I have. Jiraiya grinned happily, but Naruto raised his hand to keep the Sannin from saying anything. I won't sign the contract. Sage Jutsu will be achieved. I told you I'm looking at the Shodai method. I will learn the mystery. He shook his head. Did you know that there is a clan that is born with the natural ability to harness natural energy? This was a first Jiraiya was hearing. He always assumed that each summoning had its own ways to teach Sage Jutsu. It was basically the same thing. Just taught under different instructions. What is this clan? Not sure. I don't recall. A lot of the time, I was around Kabuto and Orochimaru. Of course, I always strapped in a bed, that does remind me. Orochimaru is also a sage. But because of his jutsu to switch bodies, he can't use it. None of his hosts are strong enough. That was a lot Naruto had just said. Orochimaru a sage? That was shocking. But more troubling was that Naruto had no desire to sign the Toad contract. Should he push it? Jiraiya shook his head. I will give it to you for safekeeping. If anything does happen to me, can I trust you will give it to someone? Jiraiya said in a sad tone. I'm likely to die without any student at this rate. But I don't want the contract to be lost with me. Naruto released a long breath. Where do I sign? Huh! The contract. Jiraiya was speechless. He got over it, and then replied. This makes it easier. If you sign the contract, it will be easier to take you to the place you're going. The toads will reverse summon you. It will reduce the risk of you being seen. And the Umbu? They've already left. You really wanted me to go that way, but wouldn't ask in that way. You're too kind, Jiraiya. The night stars dazzled the night with flickers of light. A full moon that brightened the world below it. In such nights, where a cool breeze stirred the streets, Naruto always found some comfort. To be out, at night, lying on the rooftop or strolling through the streets. It was a special moment for him. To enjoy the quietness, the peace of the night. But these days there was much to ponder. His dreams. His goals. In returning to the leaf, he would be bigger. He would be grown. A shinobi marching toward his prime years. Yo! The nonchalant voice of his sensei. Naruto didn't turn his eyes toward the Jonin, he kept his unrelenting staring contest with the stars. He felt the Jonin sit beside him, but still did not say a word. Last time I was sitting on this place was when your mother was still carrying you. Kakashi spoke in a silent tone, reminiscing those unpleasant days he was going through the motions. He'd lost everyone, and things changed for the worst when his sensei ended up dying. Checking on things? Kakashi shook his head. It was a difficult time in my life. Your father had me in charge of protecting your mother. When the truth comes out, conversations that never seemed likely started to happen. The world was cruel. Lies did no one any benefit. Secrets could break. Yet, he understood sometimes it was of importance to keep them. It was just often. People were not prepared to deal with the consequences of their lies and secrets. Ah, so the gloomy cloud that follows you around has been with you for a while now. Yeah, but I think I've gotten better. Naruto shook his head. Everyone seems to have regrets. People are so weighed by their guilt and past actions that they cannot enjoy their present. I find that truly sad. No matter what I do, or how much I regret, I don't want to end up being like you people. Because of your guilt, you end up being blind to the present and focusing too much on the past. The Sandaime is haunted by his mistakes. I saw how haunted he was when I was returned to the village. In his words, he was to blame. Had he done what was necessary, Orochimaru would have been dead already. Naruto would not allow such restraints on his life. His life was already miserable. He wasn't going to allow the hate to shackle him. He would not become the slave of his past. He would conquer this hate. He would move on and enjoy his life, one way or the other. What good was sitting down and allowing your heart to be wrecked by guilt and regrets? It is not as simple. When Orochimaru fled the village, the Sandaime had the chance to stop him. But he couldn't. He couldn't kill the student he'd loved so much. And now many innocent people suffer because of it. Sensei, do you know what happens in Orochimaru's hideouts? He kidnaps people. Shinobi and civilians, performing experiments on them. Some are not lucky, they become deformed monsters. Some are lucky enough to die. Kakashi closed his eyes, trying to shut the memories of what he saw in the hideout when they led the assault to find Naruto. He'd seen what Naruto was saying. People imprisoned. Starving and some just begging to be killed. Konoha is making plans to move against Orochimaru. Jiraiya-sama will gather intelligence, and we will assault his hideouts. We will remove him. Now that is a hunt I would enjoy. It had become obvious to Kakashi that there was no one that Naruto hated more than Orochimaru. And the blonde doesn't hesitate to talk about his desire to see the Sannin die a horrible death. I came to tell you that I'll be gone by morning with Sasuke. I will be with him until he settles. Unlike you, he will probably be moving around. I wish you luck in your training. And hopefully, you will become a shinobi that will have surpassed me when you return. Kakashi said earnestly, with an eye smile. Now, when you speak like that, I'm left without words to say. But thank you, Sensei. You have always been kind to your students. Your words will forever be with us. I just hope Sasuke doesn't forget your lessons. Kakashi stared into the sky for a moment. That is something we all hope. The last people Naruto expected to see were Sakura and Ino. For the former, he thought she'd be busy doing her training or whatever she found fancy these days. With Ino, it was another different matter. Either way, he'd kept to himself in the past days. That such a kid could have come here and he wouldn't even have known about it. It was no bragging matter, but Naruto felt as if he'd become a scholar. Perhaps the hard task of trying to understand the fundamentals over Fuinjutsu was an attempt to try to get closer to his mother. There would be no reward with seeing her, of course. The dead did not come back to life. The sad story of this world. He sighed, still standing at his door as the two girls looked at him curiously. What is with that look? Ino questioned, her hands on her waist, cheeks puffed. We bothered coming to visit you and you look at us like we're nuisance. Naruto smiled. He expected nothing less from Ino. She never did hesitate to speak her mind. On the other hand, Sakura was fidgeting about something. How they found him was easy to deduce. Sakura must have heard from Kakashi and most likely didn't want to come on her own, considering things. And so, she dragged Ino with her. No doubt, the Yamanaka jumped to the chance to come to his house. And if you're? I'm canceling this friendship. And we'll see who will bother talking with you. Ino huffed. For some reason, she looked cute doing all that. Of course, she was saying that, but she wasn't going to go. There were unanswered questions. I'd be broken if you cancelled me, Ino. You know you're my only precious people. Then let us inside. Naruto didn't. He faced Sakura. It was rather strange seeing her all mute. She was a loud person. She always had an opinion over something. Well, who stole your tongue? Be gentle. Ino cautioned. She is feeling down since Sasuke left for some secret mission without saying a word to her. Oh. Naruto appeared to sympathize. A pity. I would also be saddened if my crush suddenly just disappeared. You don't even know where he went or if he's busy chilling with another girl wherever he is, Naruto said, moving out of the way for the two to enter the house. After stepping in, Ino scoffed. Yeah, like Sasuke is that kind of person. I'd be more believable if it was you. Chuckling lightly, Naruto replied. Well, it is difficult to see Sasuke being cozy. He is rather inflexible. I, on the other hand, am a delight who gets along with people. Well, except for those crazy for the Uchiha prince. He led the girls to his lounge. Ino whistled, seeing the large and very clean space. The place was just too good to be Naruto's. It was too elegant, and there was nothing elegant about Naruto. You surely know how to keep a place clean, Uzumaki. Ino didn't sit around, but kept her eyes lingering, but she didn't find anything. After a moment, she sat beside Sakura and faced Naruto. It was only then that she realized that he looked tired. This is a first. I've never seen you tired. I'm working myself a little too hard and can't get enough sleep. Naruto released a yawn. What can I do for you today? You want to tell me why you didn't say anything about having a house? Last time I checked, you were getting flowers for your new apartment. Which I saw. There was nothing about a house when we last spoke. I didn't know I had a house then, said Naruto with an indifferent shrug of his shoulders. I've been hiding well enough. Kakashi-sensei? He asked Sakura. She nodded. He told me you were at your parents' house when I last spoke to him. He said he was also leaving but would be back soon. The Jonin hadn't been forthcoming about Naruto's parents. He said it was something Naruto had to tell himself. Either way, she had been shocked to learn of this revelation. She had always made fun of the fact that Naruto didn't have parents. The last time Sasuke had responded negatively had been the last time, but still, to think that there were people who had given birth to Naruto and they had left him a house, it was hard to process. I see. An awkward silence filled the room. Sakura broke it. I've been seeing Kurenai-sensei, learning some genjutsu. Kakashi-sensei also planned for me to learn medical ninjutsu. I guess I'll choose which one to specialize in once I've come to understand both. Naruto nodded but said nothing, earning a glare from Ino. He just smiled and waved her off. I came to apologize for the way I have treated you. Ino made me realize I was never fair to you. I should have been a better teammate, but I was not, she said with a sad smile, looking at him straight into his eyes. I'm also glad you know who your parents were. Naruto clasped his hands together. Now, that is some genuine feeling about that. Not that hollow apology you gave the other day. You don't have to shove this one up your behind. I hear you, but forgiveness isn't given that easily, Sakura. You were a crappy teammate. A nuisance to be around. But I suppose I must accept that you are growing as well. I will earn it, Sakura replied confidently. I just came for that. She seemed to have lightened up a bit. I have a meeting with Kurenai-sensei. I will see you someday. She stood up, and then left. You're cold. Don't say such cruel things, Ino. You'll hurt my feelings. He was saying that, but had an amused look on his face. He knew what she was talking about. But Ino has never seen just how Sasuke could be cruel and ungrateful. He wasn't going to let her go off so easy. He has been her hero since long, and she had yet to learn to appreciate his efforts. She needed to sweat to earn his good graces. He wasn't that low on friends or heartbroken that he would simply brush off things because he wanted someone around him. Desperation would not rule him. It has never and never will. She first came me yesterday, but I didn't want to get involved. She came back today, and I felt sorry for her. She really does regret her actions. You must have really hit her hard for her to actually use her mind the right way. I did. Ino smiled proudly. Sakura is my friend and so are you. I don't want there to be problems between my friends when it can be avoided. I was lucky to have caught her while she was still reeling from Sasuke's rebuke. It also seems that Kakashi-sensei had some harsh words for her. Took long enough. He paused, staring at Ino. She had stayed behind because she wanted something from him. As you can see, I'm in need of rest. I came at a good time then. You'll answer me quickly because you want me to leave and then rest. Naruto groaned, rubbing his temple with his right hand. What he gotten himself into with this girl? She was going to be a nuisance if she didn't get her answers. You want to know about my parents? I suppose Kakashi-sensei didn't tell Sakura anything. Makes sense. He sighed, falling back on the couch. Physical tiredness was nothing compared to the mental one. It was most frustrating since the tiredness was being caused by things he was grasping straws just to understand. This house belonged to Minato Namikaze. And I am his son. Ino stared at him for a full moment. It didn't look as if she blinked. After that, she followed his posture. It kind of feels bad. It will be bad for Sakura. She has mocked you for not having parents, and then suddenly realized that the reason your parents died was just so she could live. If not, this village could have been destroyed. Well, that is a look I want to see. To know that my parents saved your useless behind and I have continued doing it, and you thank it all by mocking their deaths. Ino looked back at him with a sad smile. You sounded a little angry. Of course I am. People don't know the truth, but the reality is I am the son of the man they hail so much as their greatest shinobi. I also took part in his greatness. My body was used to achieve his dream. Ino shook her head. The sad smile still lingered. She could understand the bitterness in Naruto. His own father was worshipped, yet he was loathed. He didn't have a choice and his father was the one who made the choice. She wondered if he even hated his own father for making him a Jinchuriki, for being the reason he had a miserable childhood. But who could have thought the Uzumaki Naruto was the surviving son of the Yellow Flash? It was ridiculous to imagine. Yet so real. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. How many blondes were in this village? Like Naruto. Sure, she too was blonde, but the light richness in Naruto's hair wasn't matched by anyone. That had to have been a trait he got from one of his parents. Ino had a lot to discuss with her father tonight, if he came home. How does it feel like to know that you're the son of the most famous Hokage in Konoha? And probably the most famous shinobi from the Konoha to have ever lived? Naruto stared into the ceiling. How did it feel? For him, he wasn't the son of the Hokage or Konoha's Yellow Flash. He was the son of Minato and Kushina. Nothing more and nothing less. He'd be better served to have parents too who actually alive, even if they were nobodies. He glanced back at Ino and smiled. Sure, it is a little exciting, but I can't be too happy. Nothing here changes. Because it has been kept secret. I'm sure things will change once people learn the truth. She smiled happily. You're more of a prince than Sasuke is. He is the last Uchiha, but his father didn't die to save the village. Nobody can top that. Naruto laughed at Ino's childlike response. It was so simple. Exactly how a child would look at the situation. But he didn't think he should look at it in that way. I suppose nobody can top it, he said with amusement. Well, it's a pity my secret is a secret. I would have had you fawning over me, calling me Namikaze-sama at the academy. And no! Ino waved her hands quickly. Sasuke would have still been cute. What a way to ruin someone's moment. Naruto replied with a sigh. How do you think Kiba would respond? He's just going to bark with no bite. Maybe finally learn to respect you a bit. Ino answered quietly. Since we became shinobi, we've all been busy. We never even get the time to sit together and laugh. Your team is worse. When you come back, you spend a day and then go out again. Almost like you live for missions. We have a famous sensei and the last Uchiha. We'll always be picked for missions. It isn't like Asuma sensei isn't known around the shinobi world. Ino paused before adding. Well, it isn't like I enjoy going out of the village like you people. I enjoy my time around. And I'm fine with D-rank missions. It's a little dangerous outside. You can't run from that. I'm a child. Let me enjoy my childhood without fearing I want return from a mission. Sakura would have already told her the kind of dangers they faced in their missions. Surely, Ino would be averse to such risks, and with someone as lazy as Shikamaru, there would be no rush for their growth. As experiences have taught him, you could never quite please everyone. Having lived a long life, full of mistakes and other things done right, Hiruzen could quite easily say he had learned it all. But with life, the learning never stopped. At this age, what he has attained was wisdom. Perhaps it was wisdom that made him decide to take a weaker position with Kumogakure. After all, there was that possibility that the Raikage could come true to his word and wage war against the Leaf. Or maybe the man had been taking advantage of the fact that Konoha had just suffered massively in the Kyuubi attack. Either way, his decision had saved the Leaf. But it had not made everyone happy. Niji was a great asset to the village. He was quite skilled. Hiruzen didn't agree with how the Hyuga clan dealt with its clan matters, but that was clan business, and he had no right to interfere in anything. Still, Niji was a shinobi under him, not the Hyuga. Hiruzen glanced at Hayashi through the corner of his eyes while standing by the window of his office. After a moment, he slowly walked behind his desk and settled carefully. Thank you for coming, Hayashi. There is an important matter we must discuss. Hayashi stared, wondering what it could be. He hoped it had nothing to do with the caged bird's seal. It was always a matter of interest with Sarutobi. But it was something Hayashi had found there, and something he wasn't going to change. Maybe the next clan head could do so. Not him. What is it? Young Niji-kun, Hiruzen said in a serious tone. His hatred toward your daughter and everyone in the main branch is something that cannot be tolerated. He is already a chunin and does his work well for the village, however, his attitude is a problem. Hayashi narrowed his eyes. I hope you're not going to interfere in clan business. I have no intention of doing such. If I wanted, I could have gone to the Hyuga compound and talked to your elders. Not that it would have changed anything. No, the decision to sacrifice his father was taken because of what occurred. And we cannot pretend that we don't know why he is angry. He is already the best of his generation in your clan. Hayashi sighed. It wasn't that he hasn't thought of things. But Niji was stubborn as hell. The boy only looked at him with contempt. Even when he did try to make things easier. I gave Niji the honor of training my daughters because of how skilled he is. I also wanted to make things easier for him. He is my nephew. But he was merciless with Hinata. Not that his disappointing daughter did anything to protect herself. She refused to strike. Even with Hanabi. If he trained the next clan head, he would have high standing. He is already a genius that we cannot ignore, even if he is from the branch family. But his bitterness over being branded and the loss of his father weighs on him heavily. He cannot see a clear path in the future because of it. Yes, but the curse seal cannot be removed. It is for the protection of the Byakugan. I don't want to get into that. But I want him to know the truth behind his father's death. Hiruzen released a long breath. In my eyes, he is similar to Naruto, with burdens. Though, his cannot be compared to Naruto-kun's. That is why I want to talk to him. And I need your help with that. Hayashi shook his head. He is my nephew. I have been negligent for long enough. I will talk to him. The clan head answered. But you want to use Naruto as an example. I heard that you have given him his father's house. Yes. Does he not hate us? We knew that his own father died to protect the village, and he was treated like trash in the village. Your own clan sure symbolized this much. Hayashi grimaced. The people in his clan had surely taken things seriously with the reputation. Even when Hinata had liked Naruto, she'd been repeatedly told to stay away from him. But they didn't know the truth. Surely, things would have been different. It wasn't like he'd done anything to better the situation either. He'd thought of his clan and nothing else. Unfortunately. But he has grown. Yes. And no, I don't believe Naruto hates us. As for the villagers, I don't think things are going to be that simple. He is loyal, but not desperate for their attention. He won't forget how they treated him. Some have already started to change. But the trauma is still there. He has nonetheless taken things seriously and is focused on making himself strong. The stone cast aside was surely going to be the one that would be used to build a stronger foundation for the future. Hayashi did not underestimate the power the blonde could wield in the future. He was now just a child, but he would soon become a household name. Another powerhouse the village would be proud of. This village did love the geniuses. A pity many of them have turned against Konoha. The thought of Niji turning against his clan sounded so ridiculous that he laughed it off. But even he couldn't dismiss the possibility. There was nothing the clan offered Niji. His own nephew. He had to change things. For the better. I will send him to you once I have spoken to him. I will appreciate it. We must help the young ones, Hayashi. They easily lose themselves. Orochimaru had problems even at a young age, but I could not quite help him. Sasuke also has issues, and is in a fragile situation. That is why we are taking all measures possible to try to help them. For they are the future of this village. Without them, the future won't look bright. Truly, this generation had many weak shinobi. Konoha would certainly lose its honor as the strongest of the great nations. They would certainly become suspect to invasions. The leaf has not always been on the side of right in the past. In fact, it had always abused its position as the strongest. How far the village fell from the principles of the Shodai Hokage. When was the last time Naruto had ramen with the Sandaime? He missed those days. To feel loved and cared for. Despite everything, he could never doubt that the old man loved him. If there had been any doubts, Naruto didn't think they'd still be friendly. He'd do his job as a shinobi of the leaf and that would be all. But he knew. He understood. Not the choices but that the old man had loved him. It was just difficult to reconcile with everything that has happened. The secrets. The lies. The pain and the suffering. Naruto had felt talking to the Sandaime didn't change anything but just made things worse. And so, he'd kept to himself. Naive decision. The mind couldn't hold on to everything without releasing. But still, running back to the old man like family wasn't an option. For this, he'd been invited. With his pending departure from the village, it wasn't unexpected, and Naruto thought it best to indulge the old man. They'd eaten in silence. Naruto didn't complain. It didn't seem like the old man wanted to speak either. After that, Hiruzen had asked him to follow him. It wasn't for the first time that Naruto was taking a stroll through the streets with the old man. Many had whispered negative things about it. But it hadn't changed anything. Maybe then he'd considered sticking out his tongue out. "You haven't been leaving the house lately." A statement, but Naruto felt there was an unasked question. "Been busy trying to learn about Fuinjutsu. Admittedly, I find it difficult to grasp." Hiruzen smiled. "Both your parents were exceptional Fuinjutsu masters. It does seem to come natural for Uzumaki. More than anything, your mother's clan was famous for their use of the sealing art. A legacy that I shall fail to top." Naruto replied bitterly. He wasn't going to spend his time cooped up in Fuinjutsu scrolls. He was a Mokuton user. And he would focus on perfecting his control over it. "Mokuton?" "Yeah." Naruto nodded in a quiet tone. For a moment, it felt like the streets had become quiet. Like there was no one, and it was just him and the Sandaime Hokage. "Well, I'll get the hang of it eventually. I'll take some scrolls with me. I'm still a brat, so there is always time for me to learn as time goes on." Hiruzen nodded in agreement. "I've also learned. If you need any help, I will assist. Is there anything you did not learn?" To be not impressed by the third was ignorance. The old man's knowledge when it came to ninjutsu was envious. He knew everything. It was no wonder he'd produced students such as the Sannin. Hiruzen chuckled lightly. "Ninjutsu and Fuinjutsu don't always help in every situation. When it comes to battle, it is about finding the right balance. If you are a fire user, there is a challenge when you meet a wind or water user. It was always best to have an alternative. I've noticed. Fire works against me. Not only that, but you can always use it to work for you. If you come across a skilled fire user, to escape weakness, you use Mokuton in conjunction with fire. While it takes away the destructive raw power of Mokuton, it gives you more burning power and lasting flames." Naruto was thoughtful for a couple of moments. He didn't even know which of his element was. "Never thought of that. And never thought of using other elemental jutsu. The focus has always been Mokuton." Naruto released a long breath. He could learn other things. He had the clones and he would have the time. "If you know your weakness, you can always use it to your advantage," Hiruzen said wisely. "But even when your focus is on Mokuton, you have been doing well. It makes me proud. We have always wanted another Mokuton user. Not in such circumstances, but one was always wanted. Yamato is rather limited in his abilities despite Danzo's best efforts to train him. Even after stealing some of the Shodai's scrolls. I suppose one thing I have in common with the Shodai is the large reserves of chakra. It does make it possible to use the other ridiculous jutsu that require a lot of chakra," Naruto explained lightly. It didn't take long before they reached the memorial stones. They stopped in front of the Yondaime stone. In its presence, Naruto sat down, legs folded, and stared at it. His father was buried there. Then where was his mother? A reminder of Kabuto talking about digging her up made him silently seethe. Whether the Sandaime noticed was a question to be asked. "I wanted nothing more than for you to be treated as a hero. I was naive, of course. But I also think it would have been possible. It nevertheless should have been me who died that night. Minato was still young in his reign. He should have let me sacrifice myself. I'd already lived long enough. Done enough for the village. Dying so that he may continue would have been best for the village. Some of the tragedies that have occurred may not have even occurred," Hiruzen said in a somber tone. Naruto listened and understood. It was always something he'd sensed. He didn't offer a response. It didn't seem like the Sandaime wanted one as he continued speaking. "I know we've not done anything to earn your loyalty. This village has truly wronged you and still continues to do so. I'm at fault. I'm the leader and I have failed to lead effectively. But I don't want you to hate us. Hiruzen chuckled with bitterness. It would be wrong to say in the memory of your parents. Your mother died to protect you. Your father the village. You didn't have to suffer the way you did. Naruto looked up into the clear sky for a long moment before bringing his eyes down to the stone. I used to cry, thinking it's not fair that such has to happen to me. What wrong did I do? I know I did nothing wrong. And that makes it difficult for me. I always wanted to be loved. To be wanted. But after Orochimaru, I just stopped wanting attention or anything. It was hard. Coming back home didn't do favors. I felt unwelcomed. The sadness in Naruto's voice broke Hiruzen. But I'm still here. To have friends is exciting. People you can chat with. People you can play with, well, train with in my case. Back at the academy, we always shared our dreams. The common one was of course being Hokage. But I always thought to myself, what is my dream? Usually, it was nothing grand. But just to be home. Loved by those around me and to have my existence acknowledged. That was all I'd asked for then. Maybe I still do. I don't hate this village. But as a consequence, I've just accepted things. I accept the world is cruel. I accept people can be unjust at times. I've become defeated. Yet I want to rise above that. It's difficult. It's difficult to dream. While alone at that house, I wish I was a child. I wish my mother was there to scold me for staying up too late while studying. I wish she was there to cook me dinner. To wake me up in the morning to do my chores. It is all just sad thoughts. But I don't hate the villagers. I'm just sad, and really wish to be happy. To be free. To be able to have a grand dream. Is that too much to ask? It is not, Naruto. It is not. I thought as much. That is why I'm looking forward to tomorrow. He smiled. And Gigi, this ability is not because of Orochimaru. It is an ability of mine. Chapter 9, Return. He should have known better than trying to sneak into the village through the walls. The Umbu had immediately surrounded him the moment he landed. Naruto smiled, with hands in the air. The walls were always being watched. For spies and enemies attempting to launch attacks on the leaf. In this world, you always had an enemy. Your power was what kept you free from trouble. A damn crazy world. Yet Naruto smiled at the thought. He was born in this world. It had threatened to take over him with its madness, but he held firm. Hence, he could smile victoriously. This is some welcome back to the village, he said casually. Uzumaki? The leader of the group said in a question as if asking to confirm his identity. The one and only. Sure, he had grown up. His hair was much longer, reaching his shoulders, his face mature, and he was taller, his body bigger than the shrimp he'd been. He covered himself with crimson coat with short sleeves. At the back, it had the Uzumaki crest marked in black, the word Uzumaki written below. He wore dark blue shinobi pants, a long-sleeved shirt. He didn't wear a headband, which allowed his hair to fall freely over his cheeks. Taking his word, the Umbu just vanished. They didn't leave trail behind. An envious ability. For the likes of him, to completely disappear was a thing for the dreams. His presence could only be hidden inside a barrier. If he wanted to hide, it could only be in battle. Assassination task? He'd get found out before he even appeared. He was a walking torch. With the Umbu gone, Naruto closed his eyes, faced the heavens with his eyes closed. A silent prayer. He'd come back home. After 3 years of hard training. He'd left as a brat, and now he was a fully grown adult. At last in his eyes. What awaited him remained to be seen. He looked back at the village. The buildings. The streets. The crowds that gathered along them. Nothing seemed to have changed. Not a damn thing. But that was good. This was the Konoha he'd left. A swirl of winds and Naruto was gone. Short-distance teleportation was a joy. Ever since learning Shunshin, he'd become fond of it. The easier method of traveling. But not so grand as the Nidaime Hokage's jutsu. Made famous by his father. He appeared in the streets. It was broad daylight. The sun was just above his head. The murmurs of people minding their own business. The sound of footsteps. The laughs. The yells. The chakra signatures that moved around the village. Naruto absorbed it all for a moment, while standing still. He was back in this damned village. His home. He was only able to take a couple of steps before coming to a complete halt. In a blur. A very fast blur that nearly caught him off guard, Sasuke appeared on his right side, in midair. His outstretched right hand encased with lightning. The movement was in a flash, with the Uchiha twisting around along with his jutsu. Some welcome. A mistake and he could have a blow on his right eye. Naruto held a single-hand sign, while swiftly ducking under the lightning jutsu. It blew just past him, catching his air a little. As he was ducking, a sharp wooden spike sprouted from the ground, sped towards Sasuke. Tisk! Sasuke hissed. He should have known he wasn't going to hit even with a surprise attack. Besides, they were in the streets. In this environment, Naruto was going to be on high alert. The moment the blonde had ducked, Sasuke watched. The wooden spike came toward his gut in speed. If he didn't move, it was going to pierce through. No doubt even hit his spine. His left hand moved toward his hip, before disappearing in an burst of lightning. While rising, Naruto shifted his head to the right. A sword slid through just above his left shoulder, piercing through the collar of his coat. It stabbed the wooden spike in front of him. Slowly, Naruto turned around and faced the stoic Uchiha. He grinned. "I should have skewered you, team." As he was saying that, Naruto moved his right hand in behind, touching the spike with his palm. It retreated to the ground, forcing Sasuke to move his sword as well. "I should have left you blind." Sasuke shot back, sheathing his sword. "Oh?" Naruto started releasing an immense amount of chakra with such sharpness that had the street frozen in fear as the villagers felt overwhelmed. The chakra was visible to the naked eye, cracking the very ground he stood on. Sasuke glared sharply. He'd known already that he could never compete in terms of chakra with Naruto. If he had tried releasing his own, it would have been a humiliation. But still, this was just ridiculous. How much chakra was one person supposed to have? "Do you want people to start panicking?" Sasuke asked calmly, pointing at the civilians on the sidelines. It wasn't just them only, some shinobi were on the rooftop. Naruto blinked once before dropping his chakra. He smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. "It is embarrassing having to hear that from you. I'm surprised you forgot your position in this village. You're the same person they hated and feared. You've been gone for 3 years without a word, and when you return, I start attacking you." Naruto whistled. He was surprised Sasuke reasoned like that. "If you were conscious of that, you wouldn't have attacked me in the street." Naruto then grinned. "Unless, of course, you didn't consider it then." When Sasuke glared, he laughed. "Idiots will always be idiots," says the idiot. Naruto slapped Sasuke across his shoulder and smiled. "It's good to see you in good condition, team. And apparently a little bit smarter." Sasuke glanced at his shoulder. Naruto packed some strength in that movement. He must have been training physically to gain more physical prowess. Not that he needed any. But it was important for stamina. Once more, it wasn't like the blonde lacked any. Happy to see Naruto? Yes. But he wasn't going to admit that. Without the blonde in this village, things were a little dull. He didn't have any other friends. Kakashi was doing missions. He did too, and then just came back to hide, impatiently waiting for a friend to return home. And now, he would have a training partner. Maybe they would do missions together. But there were matters to be resolved. Something that made him bitter and a little angry. It wasn't the first time he was seeing Naruto since he departed. No, he saw Naruto about a year and some 8 months ago. It wasn't in circumstances he would have liked. "I need answers," Sasuke demanded. Naruto sighed. He should have expected that this would welcome him upon his return. It was most likely the reason Sasuke even attacked him like this. He turned around, rubbing his belly. I'm hungry for ramen. You're not going to get away from this. I want answers. Naruto, a curious eyebrow. Demanding as always. He did owe an explanation, but not in the way that Sasuke was going at it. I just returned, Sasuke. I haven't had something to eat. Something that isn't cooked by me. Now I want to get me some ramen, then I will talk to you. You got a problem with that? Sasuke stared for a moment, and then frowned. Once more, he was losing it. He sighed. Fine. He grunted. Alarmed. No. Not quite. If this was the first time Naruto was seeing Itachi suddenly appear in front of him, he would have been. This was different. Though he was a little wary. Yet happy at the same time. It had been 6 months since he last spoke to a person. These days he woke up and trained. Went hunting for food and then went back to training. Even talking to the bijou within him seemed like a good idea these days. Not being able to talk to anyone was getting to him. He'd even tried to gather the attention of the Umbu watching him, but the bastards flat out ignored him. True to what Jiraiya had said, they would only come to him if he seriously needed help or when there was an emergency. Thinking of them, why weren't they moving now to deal with the Uchiha? His eyes sharpened. He was ready to take a stance. Launch an attack and then flee. But he shook his head. Should I be worried? The Umbu are fine. Just resting. Naruto was silent for a couple of moments before nodding. My location here is hidden. Nobody but 3 people not here should know. And neither would have said anything. I was summoned here so you could not come here without one of them telling you. That left some uncomfortable questions. So uncomfortable felt he shouldn't have asked but rather just demanded what the Uchiha wanted from him and just continue with his business. If my organization knows? If your organization knows, then you're here to try to capture me. At which case, I will defend myself, said Naruto sharply. But if the subject is about Sasuke, someone told you. Which would raise some serious questions given that you're a S-rank criminal. Itachi didn't offer an immediate response. A lot of questions. He couldn't exactly tell Naruto that he had been given his location by the Sandaime Hokage. Who would even think the blonde was even at this location? The Akatsuki didn't know yet. I came to talk about Sasuke. We spoke before. I don't think I want to indulge you since you don't want to indulge me. This was going to be a little difficult. But Itachi wasn't going to give anything away. You consider Sasuke your friend and you understand he is at a point where he can betray anyone for power, including Konoha. At this rate, Sasuke cannot win a battle against you. For Konoha, it is important to have the Uchiha. To have the Sharingan. He cannot even kill me without the same eyes as mine. This is why I have come for you. Don't you want him to achieve his dream of killing me? If he does so, he would be much easier to influence. Baiting him with such talk. It was fine. Naruto could permit it. As long as it was something Itachi wanted to do that would help Sasuke. You obviously need my help, which is why you came here. I'll help, but answer me. You're painted as insane in Konoha. Power corrupted you. But you look and sound perfectly sane to me. So, Itachi Uchiha, what could have driven you to do something so heinous? So evil. You not only killed the same people who gave birth to you, you killed children. Innocent lives that had yet to even understand what wrong is. You killed them. Yet only leaving Sasuke. Why? I left Sasuke so that he may avenge the clan. Itachi's expression didn't change as he thought of the look on his mother's face. He did what needed to be done. He'd already lived through many nights after the act. As for my actions, I have my reasons. The Kyuubi has a very interesting ability. It can sense negative emotions. If I'm clothed in its power, I can tell if you are good or bad, even if you hide your killing intent and put on a stupid smile. But I cannot sense even a little of negative emotion from you. Which is strange, considering. Naruto said in a hardened tone, eyes sharp. He then did a 180 and smiled. How can I help you? I want Sasuke to have the Mangekyo. Given his hatred for me, he cannot awaken it by killing me. Unless, of course, someone decided to tell him the truth. But Itachi didn't want to take the chance. But if he killed you unwittingly, his regret and grief would awaken it. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Are you asking me to die? No. I'm going to fight Sasuke. He will be at his most vulnerable when he cannot even use his Sharingan. In that point, I will give him an opening. He will go for the kill, and that is when I will switch places with you. I'll take a hit that will kill me. I love Sasuke, but not that much. I'm told you have amazing healing abilities. And if you can see the attack coming, you can avoid a fatal attack. Sasuke only has to hit you, touch your blood. I will take it from there. Genjutsu? Yes. Why don't you just do it from the start? He might realize it. But if he strikes you, he cannot deny his own feelings. Besides, your blood will be on his hands. I will use Genjutsu to make it look as if I burned your body before attacking him. This should give you an opportunity to heal. That is a risky gamble. I might die. I cannot even trust you. Your plan will require me leaving this place. Well, I can get the toads to summon me somewhere else. Flashback end. Naruto couldn't stop his drool as Ayam brought a large bowl of miso ramen. He wanted all the flavors. He should get a bowl of pork after this one. He clapped his hands, the chopsticks in between, and then said his prayers before dishing it. There was no savoring. He didn't even notice the look of disgust in Sasuke as he devoured his meal. The next one was already in front after the second was done. It was only when he was on the third that he spoke. How long have you been back? A couple of months. I thought we'd return around the same time. I wasn't done with my training. Naruto paused. What was it? The order had come, but he'd asked for more time to finish a couple of things. Is he still alive? Shouldn't you be telling me that? You're the one who seems to have some connection with him. After all, you plotted with him. Naruto shook his head. He came to me and I agreed to help because this was good. Even if I had to take some risks. I haven't seen him since. I thought you'd have gone to hunt him. Sasuke glared at his own bowl. I really thought I'd killed you. He told me you were dead because I was weak. And then proceeded to torture me over it. When I came to, he was gone, and it was just your blood. Only a week later, when Kakashi-sensei came to visit, did he let me know you were alive. But wouldn't tell me anything because he didn't know. I concluded you were working with that man. Like I said, he came to me and I agreed to help out. You're not going to thank me? Thank you? Sasuke scoffed. I thought I'd killed you. Naruto smiled, a small sad smile. I'm happy that you consider me a friend, Sasuke. In any case, I thought you'd have already gone out to hunt him down. Sasuke let slip of a slight frown on his lips. I'm still looking for him. And since he is in the Akatsuki, he is surely to be with his partner. I can't go in alone. I need you to handle the partner while I make that man pay for his crimes. Well, Sasuke had certainly grown. He was level-headed when talking about Itachi. Surprising, given his reactions in the past. Welcome. Yes. An important part that surely would do him favors in the future. You do know that the Akatsuki is the same organization that is reportedly hunting Jinchuriki? I spoke to the Sandaime Hokage about it. Sasuke replied. The main reason we were sent away was to deal with the danger. I know I'm ready. I don't know about you. But no doubt if you'd been refused that opportunity, you would have just left the village. Naturally. Nothing is going to stop me from avenging my clan. I suppose we are different in that way. Then again, I never knew my clan. So I can't be hell-bent on revenge against those who destroyed my home. Naruto said in a sad tone. He would have most likely grown up in Uzushio if his mother had seen that the situation here was bad. Brought up in the ways of the Uzumaki. They understood sealing. His clan has been used by this village as hosts for the Kyuubi. His clan wouldn't have seen him as the Kyuubi. But that too, he was robbed by circumstances that occurred way before he was born. Kakashi-sensei told me about your clan. I found it ridiculous that you came from such a clan when nobody even knows about it. Naruto laughed bitterly. That is the frustrating part. The Uzumaki symbol is worn by shinobi and they may not even know its history. Well, forgotten relics are just what they are. Relics of the past that nobody wants to know. And you're fine with that? If I were you, I'd be mad. True, the Uchiha founded this village with the Senju, but throughout the Senju have always been friends with the Uzumaki. The clan crest and shinobi clothing is symbol of that. Not to mention, your mother was specifically brought to this village just to be a Jinchuriki. And who thanks you for it? People are thankless. I've accepted that long ago. When you think like that, you become just a bitter walking stick. Unable to move on, see the future because you can only hate. I cannot make myself miserable like you, Sasuke. I'm not miserable, says the guy who has no friends. Naruto's tone was sharp. How is our former teammate anyway? Fine, a little less annoying. But she has improved. I'm sure you'll be impressed with her. Yet, the Uchiha displayed no outward emotion. His voice was just flat. Coming from you, I'll take it. I'll help you. Just to see what life will be like after you've achieved your dream. Naruto then stood up. Well, I need to report to the Sandaime. I'll see you around. Come in. Maybe Hiruzen was a little too excited, but how could he help it? He hadn't seen Naruto in 3 long years. He only received reports from the Umbu. Even Jiraiya hadn't bothered coming here. He only sent reports. Then again, there was a lot occurring that needed investigating. Too much that could threaten the peace of this village. One could only enjoy peace as long as it lasted in this world. When Naruto stepped into the office, he smiled happily. The blonde had truly grown. His body structure. His sharp eyes. They were not cold, but sharp. The longer hair that covered both sides of his face, almost hiding it. He certainly did feel powerful. It was necessary. For the challenges that lay ahead needed him to be powerful. Not just for his sake but for the sake of the hidden leaf as well. Naruto, my boy, you really have grown. I didn't expect you'd have grown this much. Hiruzen exclaimed happily, resisting the urge to get up and hug the boy. It turns out, physical training builds up body muscles. And it also helps when you're eating the right food. The aim was to be fit and proper. To be able to handle the power within him. You have shrunk a little. Hiruzen chuckled lightly, stroking his chin. I'm old. I shouldn't even be sitting behind this desk, but there is no one to relieve me. A pity. But I don't think this village would ever be the same without you as its Hokage. You've been present for so long. Naruto tried to sit down, but the third raised his right hand. Can we take a walk? I've been cooped up in here and would like to get some fresh air outside. Why not? Naruto replied with nonchalance. Soon enough, they were in the streets. The aged Hokage in his red and white robe, hands folded behind. He welcomed the greetings of the villagers with a warm smile. It was a familiar thing to Naruto. The third has always been respected by the villagers, even when they've often questioned his decisions. Truly, his loss would even be greater than the loss of his father, on an emotional level at least. Some grew with the old man as Hokage and now they had kids of their own, and the old man still led. Your father garnered much love and respect, but even then, when I decided to make him Hokage, the villagers grumbled. They claimed he was too young to lead. Naruto was honestly surprised to hear this. He'd thought people would have rejoiced at the thought of the yellow flash becoming their Hokage. To be Hokage, you really had to be accepted by the people. It was the people you were leading after all. The majority did support him and soon enough, they welcomed the change. It was a pity, his reign was cut short. Admittedly, I didn't want him to become Hokage then. It was that we had lost too many people in the war. When I called an end with IWA when we were in a position to destroy the village, some claimed I had lost the plot. I decided to resign because of it. What was the purpose of this talk? The demands of being Hokage? Naruto had never thought about it that deeply. The Hokage is one who can be accepted. Nonetheless, it is possible to take it by force. The villagers do not decide who becomes leader. It is decided for them. But once you become leader, anything else becomes secondary. Your main focus becomes the village and fulfilling your roles. I admit, things with my own family have not been always good because of my duties. You hardly have time for home. And so often, you must make the decision over who you must send out to die. You make those decisions daily. When I send you out, I know there is possibility you might not return. This world is not fair. Just because you're kind, it doesn't mean everyone will be kind. People will take advantage of you. Naivety makes many fall into holes. I was a victim of this myself despite my experiences. If you ever want to be a leader, you must think of this, Naruto. You must realize that it is not about you, but the whole village. Everyone looks at you for decisions. You can't be indecisive or else everyone will fall along with you. Naruto stared at the road ahead. The old man was speaking in a slow yet firm tone. Just so he doesn't miss a damn word. He knew where they were heading, the memorial stones. It seems that you carry a lot as Hokage. I may have looked at it differently. Then again, when you're sitting at the other side of things, there are some things you cannot see. Indeed. I'm not going to ask. But I'm telling you that you may consider this no matter what you decide for your future. Aren't you just saying that because you want me to aspire being Hokage? Hiruzen smiled. Perhaps. I consider it would be the only thing that cements your place here. But to get there, you would have been accepted and found a place in the hearts of the villagers. That will take some doing. But not impossible. Naruto sighed. I'm not really thinking about that. I just want to find happiness for my life. But who knows what the future holds? Nobody really knows. No matter how powerful you are, don't ever think it is predictable. It will be your downfall, Hiruzen said. He then changed the subject. I'm told you've learned a bit about Fuinjutsu, and controlling the power of the Kyuubi. Naruto nodded. I thought it would have been a shame for me to be an Uzumaki who doesn't know anything about Fuinjutsu. I don't know much. But just barriers, when it comes to the power of the Kyuubi. Jiraiya was insistent. He claimed my father wanted me to use the power, that was why he sealed the power inside me. Hence he made a key to unlock the Kyuubi. Hiruzen had worried about Naruto when Jiraiya told him of his decision to release the Kyuubi. He'd been afraid of the bijou going loose. They arrived at the stones and Naruto did as he did last time. He settled down, with his legs folded. Hiruzen did the same. Do you mind if I smoke? Naruto shook his head. Hiruzen took out his pipe. A quick fire jutsu and he lit it up. Is it secure? Naruto laughed at the thought of the Kyuubi breaking free. He could imagine the panic. It wasn't funny. But he still laughed. Perhaps it was the bitterness. Yeah. There is another safe I created. But you truly cannot use the full power without its cooperation. Naruto said with a sigh. The best thing is that you can use it to compete with other Jinchuriki. You were the only Jinchuriki who could not use the power of your bijou. And that had put us at a disadvantage. Hiruzen paused, adopting a thoughtful look. How was your time away? Fruitful. I miss friends. I miss being around people. People who care for you. Sasuke was mostly likely the person who missed you the most. Hiruzen replied with a chuckle. He kept asking me when you'd return and if he couldn't go join you. Naruto laughed hearing this. He couldn't imagine Sasuke doing that. But it was understandable. It serves him right for being unlikable. He made a choice not to make friends. And he pays for it. And he could have made friends. It would have been easier for him. Hiruzen shook his head with disappointment. But that was the path Itachi set. Perhaps he'd not thought of it deeply. Do you think Sasuke would ever turn on this village? Naruto stared at the stone for a long minute and then adopted an expressionless mask. You're not the only one who has asked me that question. If I was stupid, I wouldn't notice what isn't said. Itachi has said something similar. It is not whether he would betray the village but rather whether he will turn on the village. Seems to me like there is a reason he would turn on Konoha. Looking underneath the underneath, huh? He seems grown now. But Sasuke is prone to anger. He has been filled with hate for long. There is a possibility that if he stops hating his brother, he will find something to fill that void. He doesn't even think about reviving his clan. He only thinks about killing his brother and nothing after that. That is my concern. I'm sorry I have to put you in this position. But if you had to choose between him and Konoha, what would you choose? What is right? Are those the kind of decisions you have to make? Hiruzen smiled bitterly. Yes. But in my old age, there was a time I refused to make decisions and allowed others to do so for me. Naruto released a long breath. He just came back and already, he was pushed to this situation. This world is as bad as I've seen it. I really hate the shinobi world. It has truly corrupted my way of thinking, Naruto said in a flat tone. Many have been corrupted. It is certainly not the kind of world the Shodai wanted. But to change human nature seems to be something we cannot really do. The Kaga are powerful, but feudal lords are more powerful. We always need their support. Shinobi villages primarily depend on financial support from the feudal lords. If the feudal lord demands, we can be forced into war with another village. The Earth feudal lord is an example for this. In the past, he has ordered invasions on neighboring countries because he wanted to expand his power. The shinobi system, huh? Well, this has been enlightening. Naruto thought the Sandaime felt he needed to understand this world before he moved. Perhaps this was the right time to talk. Once he starts moving, his name will revolve around the shinobi world. There will be interests. For whatever dream he had, understanding how this world works was important. As if reading his mind, the Sandaime spoke again. You have trained to become strong. I thought it was important you understand this much. I don't want you moving blindly. I've hidden much from you. But awareness in your part helps you make better decisions, for your sake and those around you. I thought this was better than just smiling, expressing happiness over your return. I appreciate it. To walk blindly means falling into traps that could have been avoided. There will be a lot that I will be doing. I'm glad. Hiruzen sounded relieved. But there is more. What? The Fire Lord has learned that there is a son of the Yellow Flash. He was a fan of your father. He sent me a message demanding to know why this was kept from him. He says that the loss of the Yellow Flash and the Uchiha left the Fire Nation looking weak. The Lightning and Earth now claim the top spot. Why don't I like the sound of that? He wants to use the fear of the Yellow Flash to elevate the status of the Fire Nation. Now that you have returned, it is going to come out. You're likely to be summoned to the capital. Hiruzen put a hand on his shoulder as he stood up. It is only going to be dangerous for you. Enemies of your father might come. Those with irrational fear might come. Remember, it was the mention of his name that had men trembling in fear. IWA went to the drawing table and called a truce because of him. If you're his son, people will naturally think you know the jutsu that made him feared. You're not going to ask? Hiruzen shook his head. I don't have the right. I know the Umbu didn't see everything. You did hide under a barrier when doing some training. You're allowed to keep your secrets. In his sleepy eyes, Naruto went toward his door. It was just about 7 p.m., but he was tired. A long day. Arriving at Konoha, cleaning the house. Perhaps even the tiredness of the past 3 years was getting to him. When he opened he found Ino standing there, hands folded across her huge rack. She couldn't mistake her. She had grown in all sides. But most especially, her chest. Naruto almost laughed. He never thought of such things before. He blamed Jiraiya for making him read his perverted books. Admittedly, they'd been the only things that kept his mind away from training. He smiled, now awake to the presence of the girl before him. My Ino. You look beautiful. And you've grown the right way, he said, not staring at her bust but into her eyes. Ino moved closer and then drove a punch into his gut. Naruto felt it. If he hadn't been fully awake at seeing her, he now was. She was glaring at him. He knew why. But it was surprising that she hadn't said a word. She was hardly the silent type. He smiled. I guess I deserved that. Damn right you did! Ino exclaimed. I should have hit you harder or just gone for the family jewels. Naruto took a step back from the door, and then became serious. You don't play like that, you know. And you don't just leave the village without telling your friend. I could understand why you didn't tell Sakura, but me? She was shouting, frustrated and angry. Naruto took the time to think. He could imagine just how frustrated she must have been. Coming to his house and not finding him. After a week she would have asked Sakura and maybe realized he was gone. In fairness, that Sasuke too was gone should have been a hint. But maybe because he hadn't said anything and she knew his difficult position, she'd not thought so. Was it hard? Of course it was. I was worried that something might have happened to you. My dad wouldn't say anything. He said he didn't know anything and seemed genuinely surprised. Even Kurenai-sensei was surprised. I couldn't ask the Sandame, and so, I only learned from your sensei that you'd gone away for training. He wouldn't have broken any rule if he'd hinted to her that he was leaving. Truly, he didn't think of her. Or how she would feel. Perhaps he'd not put their friendship in the same value as she did. But now he realized just how much she valued their friendship. He smiled apologetically and spread his arms wide. Come to me. If I didn't miss you, I would move over such an invitation. She said that as she walked over to him. He wrapped his hands around her, pulling her closer. She smelled nice. And felt warm. The body of a woman. I'm sorry for not telling you anything, Ino. I'm sorry you worried for me. I miss you, you know? Ino replied in a quiet tone, still held up in his arms. He was warm. His broad shoulders held her place. She could almost stay like this. He had certainly grown into a good young man. Before her thoughts could wander, Ino pulled away and stared into his eyes. Those clear eyes that seemed to hold some mysteries. Yet so sharp she couldn't hold the stare. I was going to sleep, but let us go somewhere and catch up. He smiled broadly. For I too have missed you, Ino. I'd like to catch up with all the latest gossip. She folded her arms, puffed up her cheeks. Who said I know any gossip? It's okay if you don't. I think today I can do with just staring at you. Don't say things like that. You'll make me uncomfortable. Naruto laughed. Says a person who almost blushed. He paused, leaned over as he whispered. But really, I wouldn't mind staring. You're pleasing to the eye. If I had known this is what welcomed me, I would have sought out for you the moment I returned and lock you up in this house for some quality time while watering you. Ino allowed her mind to wander about the watering part. She fought off a blush and quickly turned away. I know a good place. Hi, Naruto said casually. He closed the door behind and made sure it was locked before following Ino. She led him into a barbecue restaurant. No doubt, the kind of place she visited with her teammates. She could imagine Chuji sitting here, frying his meat, chewing and uttering words at the same time. Different from when he was eating chips where you'd only hear munch munch. They were settled by a corner. The adults were eating and laughing while drinking. Ino was staring. Shouldn't it be the opposite? He ignored her, looking at the heaters that in a couple of moments would be making that sound, steam rising as they cooked their food. He'd miss such moments. No, to be out. He didn't have many of them in the village with his teammates. He did have those moments with Sasuke. But never like so. So close, cozy and perhaps personal. This was Ino with him. A girl. This was truly a foreign land for him. It came with growing up. So, what did I miss? I want to hear about you. You don't seem to have changed. The only thing different about your personality is your gaze. I can't mention that you know how to speak to a girl. Naruto chuckled lightly. Know how to speak to a girl? He'd always known how to talk to people. To do it better was merely considering how they would feel to what you would say, taking into account their personality. With a foreign person, it was a difficult task. He could comment about her bust and Ino wouldn't take offense, but for Sakura, it would be. And he couldn't say the same to Kurenai. To her, he was probably still a child, and even if he was an adult, she wouldn't permit such remarks. I spent the last 3 years in an island, Ino. There was nothing for me to do aside from training, sleeping and recovering. And then, hunting for food. There was no one to speak. Only Jiraiya came to visit every now and then. Ino stared at him. She didn't say anything as their uncooked food was brought before them. Ino had ordered a bottle of sake. Immediately, she went straight into putting the meat into the pan, to start cooking. She opened the bottle and then poured for both. Are you serious? Naruto nodded. A rather lonely time. I would have appreciated it if you came with me. Ino scoffed. Lies! She exclaimed. You didn't beg me to come with you. You just disappeared without telling me anything. You're not going to let that go, are you? Who knows? You might just disappear again tomorrow. Naruto sighed. He summoned a bottle similar to that of Ino. He didn't enjoy drinking. But he had been given some alcohol by the toads. He had ended up training in their world after being summoned to speak to the sage. An interesting conversation that had been. So, how has your life been? You started dating yet? What about your career? Dating? No. I haven't met anyone I liked. Ino replied in a quiet tone. Besides, no one in our age group has started yet. Well, at least I haven't missed much. I became a chunin, Ino said proudly. Naruto clapped his hands. Well done, he said happily. We are of the same rank, now. Who outranks me? Sasuke. Niji. Well, no surprises there, but it is a bit insulting that the Uchiha will have seniority when we do missions. Let's not talk about your girlfriend, Ino said before taking a sip of her sake. Naruto laughed. Don't say such things, Ino. You know I don't swing that way. I can show you if you want. Ino felt a chill down her spine. His eyes told her he was serious. A mischievous part of her wanted to dare him. If she was dealing with just anyone, she would have broken ranks. But this was Naruto. He was just as daring. Besides, she just wanted to talk to him. She didn't care if it took all night and became drunk in the process. What are you drinking anyway? Something hard. You'll get wasted soon if you try. I can take care of myself, Uzumaki. Naruto smiled and poured for her. She then took a sip and then grimaced before trying to hide it. He was almost pitiful, you know. We sat one day and even thought of inviting him over for a get-together. Without you, he was just lost in the village. I'm surprised Sakura didn't drop everything to try to marry him and cook for him. Ino giggled. It isn't like she didn't try. You're kidding. Her feelings have not changed a bit. She has become a good kunoichi. Admittedly, better than most of us, but when it comes to Sasuke, she is still the same little girl. Naruto shook his head. Perhaps she really loves him. In an unhealthy way. Naruto shrugged. Love is love. People have different ways of expressing it. Oh, how do you express it? Naruto motioned for Ino to lean over. She did so and he whispered something into her ear. She quickly pulled away, her face flushed over. She coughed a bit, as if she was choking on her food. Naruto laughed at her reaction. How cute, he said. For someone who is living alone, you've filled your mind with dirty thoughts. One can be creative. Naruto shrugged. It didn't take long for the alcohol from the land of the toads to kick in. He had warned her. The staff was made for the stomachs of talking animals, not a person. The things that made humans drunk couldn't even do a damn thing to a fully grown toad. A small bottle for him would maybe enough for him to start noting that he was drinking, but for a toad, that was not even enough to dilute the saliva in its mouth. When Ino started slurring her words, Naruto didn't permit her to continue talking. She was going to end up saying things she wouldn't if not drunk. He would rather not have that. Maybe if he too was drunk. It would make things fair. He knocked her out, and watched her fall over, sound asleep. He continued eating for a while before calling it quits. He picked up the girl and put her on his back. Good thing he knew where she lived. It would have been bothersome. He didn't want to take a drunk teenage girl into his house. Her gate was locked. A clone appeared in a puff of smoke before jumping the fence. A couple of minutes later, the man he recognized very well opened the gate. Inoichi had been asking him questions after his return to the leaf. The man had a rather stern look on his face. "Inoichi-san," Naruto greeted respectfully. "She came to my house and we went to catch up. She got a little too excited," he explained lightly. Inoichi just sighed as he took the girl from Naruto. "Thank you for bringing her back home." "Of course," Naruto said, and then disappeared along gusts of wind. Inoichi shifted his eyes toward Ino and then walked into his home, wondering what he was going to do with her. Well, at least Naruto was a good boy. He had brought her back home after all. Having been around for long, Inoichi knew that boys didn't do that. The following day. It really wasn't funny seeing Sasuke at his doorstep, but Naruto couldn't help himself. Nobody told the Uchiha that he couldn't make friends. He had chosen the life of being a loner, and he had to contend with it. Not just appear in other people's houses early in the morning because he was bored. You had to sleep in the bed that you made, and you couldn't drag other people with you. "What do you want?" Sasuke stared at Naruto for this kind of response. He knew when he was not being wanted, but he wouldn't just leave. This was Naruto, so he could ignore any form of complaint of his presence. "I haven't had anyone to challenge me since I awakened my Mangekyo. I was hoping you could indulge me." Indulge, such a word came from Sasuke's mouth. He wasn't being forced, but he was being asked. It was really funny and sad at the same time. He almost pitied the Uchiha. Surely, he did want someone to fight with him to test his powers, but it may also be that he just missed training with him. Naruto didn't feel like crossing paths with Sasuke. He honestly would rather sleep. His body wasn't steel. It was flesh and blood. He needed his rest. "Are you that bored?" he asked with an expressionless mask. "It is not a matter of boredom. I just want to make sure I am ready before I go to face Itachi. You should know if you're ready or not. My strength and Itachi are nothing alike. You should really make friends, Sasuke. If you feel that you don't have anything to say to those in our group, I can understand that. You can make friends with Umbu. They are more of your type. Do you want to or not?" "No. I'm tired. I just want to enjoy my peace before I get busy." Besides, what the Sandaime had said, his immediate future required a clear mind. He needed to think things carefully. He needed to prepare himself to deal with the hyenas in the fire capital. There was no doubt he was going to be summoned once the Sandaime stops with the pushing. While it would make him famous, it would also make him a target of hunters who enjoyed exchanging people's heads for bounty. "Are you that afraid of facing me?" Naruto laughed. It was a mocking laughter that made Sasuke's glare intensify. "I've never been afraid of facing you, dear Sasuke. Surely you have improved, and I will grant you that. But don't confuse things. Go to missions if you're bored. I want to rest. I just came back from 3 years of non-stop training." Sasuke was silent for a couple of moments before grunting. "I've done 1 or 2, but it's nothing when I'm alone. Would you join me if I requested one?" "Yes, but not now. Give it a few days, will you?" Naruto released a long breath. "I also want to go out and get my body checked. Just to make sure I'm perfectly healthy." "Is there something wrong?" "Nothing. I've just had a couple of accidents that were healed quickly. I want to make sure there was nothing outward about it." Sasuke nodded and then hesitantly turned away. Naruto sighed. "You really look like a stray dog," he said. "Come in," he said, opening his door. "Don't treat me like charity. Are you coming in or not?" "I don't have all day. I'll come back later. You said you wanted to go to the hospital? I have a couple of things I want to do myself." "Are sure that's not your pride?" Sasuke didn't respond, he just departed. Naruto shook his head as he closed the door behind. "Now, that was just sad," he said, closing the door behind him. Sakura had rushed to examination room 26 with a chat at hand. She'd been told that her former teammate was in the hospital. An appointment had been made. That Naruto was back in the village had spread like wildfire. There was nobody who didn't know. She had come to realize that he was likely the only person everyone in the village knew and could recognize. You didn't have to mention his name, just his description, and it would be followed by, "Oh, him." She stopped by the door, her heart thrusting with slight chest pains. She hadn't seen him in years. She was apologizing to him the last time they spoke. After a moment, Sakura steeled herself and walked into the room. She didn't see anything she was expecting to see. He was different. From head to toe. She smiled nervously after meeting his stare. She didn't know whether to show excitement or not, or how he would respond to her smile. "Oh, Sakura." Naruto paused, staring. He then smiled. "Been a while." "Yeah." She didn't get closer but held the clipboard close to her chest. "You work here?" She nodded and then took a step closer. Managing a smile, she said, "It is good to see you, Naruto. I'd honestly missed you." Naruto wasn't going to lie. He wasn't going to say he wouldn't believe it based on evidence of the past. "It is good that I came here then," he said, smiling. "Well, get closer." Sakura looked at the clipboard, reading what Naruto wanted. Can you lie on your back? But please take off your shirt first." Had it been someone else, he would have quickly made a cheeky remark. Maybe in the past as well. But he really didn't feel like it. Seeing Sakura didn't actually make him happy. Nor sad. He was just indifferent. Perhaps because he didn't give her space in his mind during the past 3 years. He did as instructed and lied on his back. Sakura took notice of his toned chest. The developed muscles that some would envy. There was no doubt, Naruto certainly did some heavy lifting. You'd think such was the symbol of happiness. But usually, it was not always the case. She noticed the letters written like a straight line in the inside of his wrist. It wasn't just on the right one but on both. "What are those?" she asked, looking carefully. She held his arm. There were some marks she recognized from that of an explosion tag. She smiled. Naruto had always loved to carry those tags. If someone had said his pillow was filled with them, she wouldn't have denied it but just accepted it. Those, just something that helps me imprint certain marks by chakra when I use certain jutsu." Sakura tilted her head to the side. "People usually use special seal. When it comes to fuinjutsu, certain marks can be printed using chakra. Of course, it depends on what you're marking," Naruto explained lightly. "Explosives?" "Naturally, but not quite." Sakura shook her head. She placed both her hands on Naruto's abs. Felt the tight skin. She moved toward his chest and pressed in between. His heart rate normal. Her hands glowed green, and she ran them through his chest, slowly as she did. After a couple of moments, she moved on to his arms, the full length, and then went to her clipboard, and then wrote a couple of things. "Can't see any problem, physically at least. Why did you want to get checked?" Orochimaru and his experiments? He wasn't going to tell her that much. It was going to need some hard tests to get things done. "I busted both my hands when applying these marks. A tag has chakra within it to set off an explosion, right? So, I infused my own chakra. I did something wrong at both wrists went boom. Healed completely. But there was a bit of a problem when they healed. The chakra points around my hands appeared blocked. I had to force them open. I don't know if that had some negative consequences." Sakura thought of it for a moment before replying. "I could speak to my master to look at you. Or you could get someone with a Byakugan go look at your chakra system. The Byakugan has the best vision when it comes to the chakra system." "Thanks. Hinata will do." "And who is your master?" "Tsunade-sama." "The Sannin?" "Yeah." Naruto nodded his head. "Have you heard anything from Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto shook his head. "Why?" "I thought maybe he would have spoken to you about how we would go back to being a team again. Just like the old days." Naruto laughed. "Old days, Sakura?" It took a moment for her to get his meaning and then she blushed. "Not exactly like old days, but you know better. We might hear from him soon. I just came back. Need my time to rest." Well, I wouldn't complain either way, Naruto said, putting on his shirt. He got up from the bed and put a hand on Sakura's shoulder. You feel strong, Sakura. I'm happy you two have improved. Sasuke tells me you're no pushover anymore. I commend that. When Naruto stepped out of the hospital, he found the clone of Jiraiya waiting for him. He knew it was a clone. His sensory abilities had gotten much stronger since he attuned himself to nature to get hold of chakra control and manipulation, even sensing the natural energy around. He followed the clone to a hot spring. The Sannin was giggling, scribing on a notebook while peeking through the holes of a wooden fence. He sighed, so that was how the Sannin made his research into books. And to think that the legendary Sannin was a full-sized perverted geezer. He was certainly old. If he was the one doing this, it should be expected. He was just a brat after all. Without saying anything, Naruto lifted his right foot. Eh? Jiraiya questioned. It wasn't a gentle kick that hit him on his behind. It was brutal. It slammed his face into the fence, breaking through in a heap as he fell into the pool of hot water. Ah! The loud shrieks. He wasn't sweating. It was just the water in his face. How the ladies got their towels within seconds and were already surrounding him, looking murderous, was beyond him. Pervert! Someone spat on him. He caught himself from reminding the girl that he was not a pervert but a super pervert. Their murderous intent blocked off such thoughts. He raised his hands. I swear I wasn't peeping. I was just passing by when someone kicked me. Oh, then we shall also kick you out of here. Please wait. A bruised Jiraiya found Naruto sitting on tree branch, looking at the children playing on the swings. He wanted to shout at the blonde for being cruel. Maybe he could use what he learned as material, but the blonde didn't have to kick in him like that. Jiraiya jumped onto the tree, and stood by the other side, his back away from Naruto, arms folded across his chest. Before Orochimaru came around, I used to sit here, watching the others play. Sometimes I would try to play with them but they would go away. Or just tell me to go away. It just left me alone. He laughed. A part of me really wants to go now and have a swing. Do you think it will be able to carry me? You want to break children's toys? Well, I'm also a child. Not that kind of a child. I suppose it would be a stretch going that far. He paused. How may I be of assistance, Jiraiya? Or should I say Godfather? If you said Godfather with emotion, I would very much prefer it. Naruto just shrugged. You know that I have been making points on Orochimaru's hideouts and battle power. Yes. Well, Sensei also told me about your fellow Uzumaki. We have found her. But she appears to work closely with Orochimaru. Usually, wherever she is, he is not too far away from her. If we get her, we've assumed that she knows a lot about him. If she is captured, she'll have to spend some time with Ibiki to tell us what she knows. That is fine. She is tormenting people as well. But what do you mean if? She changes location frequently. But the next time we are fixed on her location, I will send you information. I imagine that is a mission you want to take part in. Obviously. Of course, Karen and Naruto weren't the only Uzumaki Jiraiya had met. There was Nagato. But he was dead. So there was no point in bringing him up. He didn't want to fill Naruto with hope about there being other Uzumaki scattered around the elemental nations. How goes the plan to eradicate the Sannin? Should be done. But Orochimaru has been hiding well recently. Tracking him is difficult. You hear a sight of him, and when you get there, he is gone. He has truly mastered the art of hiding under the radar. Naruto frowned. So, that wasn't happening soon. He would get his hands on Orochimaru. It was disappointing. He was never comfortable with knowing that Orochimaru was still alive. That aside, he knows about our plans. And my sources tell me that Kabuto has been seen around the Kazekage a bit too frequently. The Kazekage has denied this, but we have several reports which makes it suspicious. Does Suna have a war with Konoha? No. In fact, it heavily relies on us. But there is no denying that they are hiding their connections with Orochimaru's number 2. What a chaotic world. You really cannot enjoy the calmness. It is like it punishes you for going against the natural order. Naruto replied. It is the nature of shinobi to fight. Leaders are always thinking about what is best for their nations. If an invasion is what secures their food security, they'll do it. This is why wars have been started for simple reasons. It was a world that Jiraiya had hoped to change. A world he'd hoped to bring into a halt, but he was growing old without realizing his dreams, and there was no one he could pass them on to. So there could be troubling brewing with Suna. Yes. Unless we can somehow end it before anything starts. But that isn't your problem. Just be ready for a fight with Orochimaru. You are ready for him, yes? You can never be sure. Naruto replied with a shrug. And the Akatsuki? No movements as yet. But still deadly. Iwa and Sun have been using them recently. They function as mercenary. I assume neither know their true objective. They are a powerful group. Nothing about their leader. If the likes of Itachi and Orochimaru can be controlled by one man, then their leader has to be powerful. Naruto sighed. He was going to be a busy person. To be in all kinds of danger. At least we took some time to prepare. Hopefully, things don't get that deep with Suna. Don't have those hopes. Shinobi listen to power. Diplomatic talks have not always solved anything. They only come when power has done the damage. Jiraiya said in a firm tone. I understand. Chapter 10. It was every child's dream to have a mother. If there was a way to revive the dead, Naruto wouldn't waste time reviving his mother. For he wanted nothing more than to meet her again. Her disappearing presence, though only a couple of moments, had left a permanent mark in his heart. Her warmth when she hugged him. The power of her hit when she smacked him. It had felt motherly. A foreign term in his world. Naruto wanted more of it. He wasn't obsessive over it that he would become Orochimaru. No, he had already considered his options, and knew what was best and what was not. Certainly, there was nothing immoral about it. As long as the method didn't sacrifice people. His mother wouldn't be pleased to know she had been revived using such a method. How Naruto wished he could get inside the mind of the Nidaime Hokage. When it came to creating corrupted things, the man had no peers. He was far ahead of his time. Naruto released a long breath and glanced up in the sky. He wanted to stare into the clear sky, but a bird caught his attention. It was huge and a chakra construct. He didn't get up from his sitting position but just kept his stare. Even when it was charging toward him in speed, he didn't move. Wooden splinters burst from the ground around him as the large bird neared him. They moved swiftly toward the bird, ripping it apart upon contact. Naruto raised an eyebrow when it burst into blank ink. He noticed the person who jumped away from the bird as the attack struck, but he was fascinated by the jutsu he had seen. It was unlike anything he had seen before. Sai landed a distance away from Naruto, surprised that Naruto wasn't even paying him attention. It was like the blonde didn't consider him that much of a threat even though the killing intent was there. He took out his scroll and drew 4 snakes. The reptiles formed out of his scroll and charged toward Naruto. While doing so, Sai grabbed his sword and lunged forward. Without getting up, Naruto held a single-hand seal. The ground shook slightly before a huge hand sprouted, lifting him into the air before the snakes could reach him. As they tried to climb the huge hand, Naruto stared down at Sai, while still sitting. Sai, was it? Why are you attacking me with such intent? Naruto asked casually. Sai had already stopped by now. When the hand burst out of the ground, it had made him stop because he didn't know what was going to come next. He had no intention of replying, but before he could move, the wooden hand suddenly exploded. It was by no means a small explosion. Sai was sure it would have been heard in the village if it was in one of the normal training grounds. He was forced to jump away when the shock wave caused by the explosion sent wooden splinters flying into all directions. He avoided a few that would have stabbed him. In all that, he lost track of Naruto. Which was amazing given that the blonde was walking mountain of chakra. That's enough, Sai. He recognized the voice of Danzo and then stood up straight, putting away his weapons. He finally did find Naruto. The blonde was leaning against the trunk of a tree, hands folded across his chest. His expression had not changed. He almost looked bored. It was a little insulting since Sai had attacked with the intention to kill. It is apparent that you are no match for him, and he has no intention of fighting you. Naruto frowned seeing Danzo. Return and you attract all types of vile creatures. Power attracted everyone. He should have known the moment he returned, he would be getting such visits from the dark forces of the Hidden Leaf. I thought for someone who worked with the likes of you would be stronger than this. Aside from those creatures, what more can you do? Naruto asked Sai. When no response came, Naruto spoke again. And to think I would end up saying Sakura might be better. He let out a laugh. Life is funny that way. Assassination? Danzo knew Naruto wasn't saying that Sai had been sent to kill him, but rather, it was a question of what suited Sai. Danzo replied. His skills are more suited for that. He isn't a powerhouse like you. Indeed. Naruto nodded. Yet you decided to test me with him. Why? Am I joke to you? Not many can easily deal with Sai. How you dealt with him would give me a hint on how powerful you've become. It would have been laughable if a Mokuton user had struggled with Sai. He had been a little afraid it may be the case. You could never be sure with Hiruzen. He had already seen the power of Sasuke and was impressed. And if Naruto could effortlessly do this, then there was more he could do. He already could do more before he left the village, and nothing pleased Danzo more than seeing weapons become what they should be. They could only become useful to the village when powerful. And Naruto was the ultimate weapon. Not only could he wield Mokuton, he could also use the power of the Kyuubi. There would be no other nation who could fight on par with them as IWA did in the Third War. I see. I suppose I pass then, Naruto said casually. How can I assist you? You are a valuable asset to the Hidden Leaf. And I merely wanted to check if you had achieved the desired outcome. The Leaf has many enemies who are circling around and it will require its best shinobi to be able to survive. It was true that Danzo was always talking about Konoha and what was best for it. But only in his narrow-mindedness. It was also true that Naruto didn't know much about the man. But he really didn't want to know. He just had to know that being close to this kind of person was a dangerous plot. It may not necessarily result in bad things happening to him, but he would surely become corrupted. Jiraiya had warned him the man represented the darkness of the Leaf. He wanted nothing to do with it. I doubt the elder bothered coming here just to say that. If it was about testing me, the elder would have trusted the report of his subordinate. Naruto spoke, without looking at Danzo and Sai. There are some issues I wanted to discuss with you. I have no problem with your loyalties to the Leaf. However, I'm not sure if Sasuke is loyal. He has not shown interest in doing what is best for Konoha. Is that a question for you to ask? Any concerned citizen will ask. Hiruzen has not been doing his job effectively. It is what resulted in Sasuke becoming what he is, Danzo stated in a hardened tone. Can you control the power of the Kyuubi? No. Disappointing. And unacceptable. You cannot become a Jinchuriki and not know how to use its power. It is a waste of power that can be harnessed for greatness. If you have no use for it, let us take that burden from you. I will make use for it, and you will no longer have to worry about being hated. Ah, so that was what the man wanted. Then again, even before he had always been interested in the power of the Kyuubi and nothing else. Of course, he was lying about his ability to control the power of the bijou inside of him. I'm not sure the Sanname will agree to that. Besides, I would die if I had the bijou extracted from me. Your mother survived the extraction being Uzumaki. You are her son, you should be able to survive it too, Danzo stated firmly. Hiruzen doesn't have to know. At this, Naruto laughed. I have no interest in doing that, Danzo-san. Even if someone ordered it, I'd refuse. I'm not risking my life. He walked over to the Warhawk. I apologize for lying, but I can use the power within me. I just wanted to hear what you would say if I said I didn't. Keep well, he added, walking away from the two. Keep an eye on him, Sai. We still do not know how Sasuke was able to achieve the Mangekyo Sharingan. We must know if Itachi has made contact with either of them. A dangerous scenario that would be. If someone like that had happened and Itachi somehow slipped, Sasuke would come after him. He didn't think the elder Uchiha would go that far, but it was a possibility Danzo could not ignore. Hi, Danzo-sama. Days of leisure. Naruto wasn't used to this freedom he now enjoyed. There were no team meetings. Nothing to do. As far as he was concerned, Kakashi wasn't around in the village. A mission perhaps. The Jonin was one of best the village had to offer. He was starting to get a little bored, so much that strolling through streets was a normal thing for him. It wasn't that it was a little different compared to the past where people glared and outright ignored him. It was just that it felt different, like there was a weight off his shoulder. While he strolled, hands inside his pockets, his mind crossing the borders of the Fire Nation, Sasuke dropped on his right side and joined him along the stroll. Are you free tomorrow? Training? No, a sparring session. Naruto sighed. Well, he was bored and he was curious to see how Sasuke had improved. He would have to set some ground rules before Sasuke took things a little too far. Sure, why not? I'd like to smack you around and see if you're going to be the jealous friend, once more. I would not speak so loudly if I were you. I'm not the same anymore. Well, I don't see the chip that you used to carry on your shoulder. So I can understand you're not the same anymore. Naruto paused, frowning. He ignored what he was sensing and then looked ahead. Admittedly, I was getting a little bored. I thought you were going to request a mission. There was nothing interesting and worth taking. I see. I'm amazed you even went and demanded an interesting mission from the Sandaime. Then again, you've always had a pair. Naruto replied with a smile. Sasuke had always demanded then asked. But seeing him all respectful before the old man should be funny. How goes reviving the clan? I haven't achieved the first objective. But you're going to do that, yes? Otherwise, for what reason are you living? Sasuke really hadn't thought much about what happens after he has avenged his clan. Sure, he had stated before then that he wanted to revive his clan, but that was something he had lost in his quest for power and hatred toward his brother. And you? I heard your clan was once great. Relics of the past. Yes. I haven't thought of reviving it. I just want to live my life, happy as I can be. Naruto shifted closer to Sasuke and put a hand on his shoulder. You know, there are some rules that apply when a clan is being saved from extinction. You can marry as many as you like. For quick thinking, you can marry 10 wives. Each with a child, you have 10 Uchiha already. And you can have your own little army. Sasuke frowned at the thought. They'd just be for breeding. Nothing wrong with that. As long as nobody is forced into it. Some people have mental challenges. If you said you wanted people to breed Uchiha brats for you, you'll find a line at the Uchiha compound. Sasuke felt a cold chill at the thought. He hoped the village wouldn't go that far. But if he was to revive the Uchiha in his lifetime, he had to go that far. It would seem unfair to some people, but that had to be done. And as Naruto said, as long as nobody was forced into it, nobody was going to complain. But Sasuke knew he wasn't popular with Kunoichi. Smiling bitterly, he said, At this rate, the only person who likes me is Sakura. Naruto laughed. And at this rate, she is the only one who you can think of. She is a girl who likes you very much. He shook his head, trying to imagine Sasuke being loving. It was not a working image. In fact, he scared himself thinking about it. It just shows just how much of a job you have in your hands. For your clan to be revived, you have to lighten up a little bit. I'm not saying you must start laughing. That would creep people out. I'm saying you must at least be approachable. Not everyone can be as careless as you. Continue talking like that, and you will indeed end up with Sakura. The good thing is you have time. Wait till you are around 18 and 19. You can start making those arrangements. And you? Like I said, I have no interest in reviving the Uzumaki clan. I have only met one Uzumaki, and she didn't strike me as a pleasant person. Then again, she was still just a child. He shook his head, smiling sadly. Well, you never know. We'll see what tomorrow holds. Hiruzen massaged his pounding head with both hands. He was getting headaches a lot more often. He worried. There was a sensation in him that haunted his nights. There were no ghosts. No superstitions. But for the immediate future, his gut traumatized. Yet refused to translate its fears into a clear image. The headache was the result of his attempts to decipher the meaning. A futile exercise. But he still persisted. Perhaps it was his death coming. He'd lived long enough. His teachers have all died. Neither lived the long life he has enjoyed. He'd already seen grandchildren. What more could he want in this life? He lifted his eyes and faced Kakashi. The Jonin stood in front of his desk with his usual mask. By the window, Jiraiya relaxed. Between the two, there was enough support that he shouldn't lose his sleep over the immediate future of the village. After all, Kakashi could still succeed him. Though present, Tsunade refused to listen to him. All she did was drink and gamble. Those were her major tasks. On part-time, she took turns at the hospital. Her students basically ran the hospital. And Shizen oversaw the training of Konoha's future medical ninjutsu experts. You're shrinking with every day, sensei, Jiraiya said, eyes outside. He worried for the old man. He was too old to be doing this job. Yet, the villagers still thought he was best suited. Old and wise. There was no war. The village was not struggling. Who was complaining? In the service to the village, the old man was going to get worked up until there was nothing left him in. I would have been enjoying my retirement if you'd taken the job when I offered you. Minato may have been alive. Perhaps it was one of those regrets that Jiraiya carried with him. They were truly a bunch of miserable people in this room, weren't they? Kakashi was worse. If they brought in his 2 male students, there was enough misery to suffocate the entire Fire Nation. Tsunade is here. You just have to convince her. Hiruzen shook his head. I've tried. Besides, this isn't something you can force upon someone. When she is willing, she will do it. That aside, Kakashi is available. Kakashi raised both his hands, already sweating. There is no need to go that far ahead. Hokage-sama is still doing a great job. Hiruzen chuckled lightly. They were all afraid of the responsibility. Yet those lusting for power would jump into the position. There were some already trying to push him out of the position already. What did you find in Suna, Kakashi? The Yondaime Kazekage welcomed me with open arms, and insisted that the Hidden Sand wishes to continue its relationship with Konoha while admitting to the difficulties it was facing. Kakashi reported in a serious tone. He would say that. What is obvious is that we can no longer trust him. There doesn't appear to be any activities occurring, but he cannot be trusted of late. The previous feudal Lord of the Wind was assassinated. Due to some disagreements, Suna had not had the backing of its daimyo. But over the last year, the new daimyo has been backing it. Hiruzen leaned back to his chair. It felt too big for him. I would have thought the village we would have problems with would be a Wagakure or the Cloud. Not Suna. It is the weakest and has always been the weakest of the Great Five. Jiraiya spoke in a hardened tone. For Suna it is a fight for survival. I will send some people to talk to the Kazekage, Hiruzen said. How many hideouts have we found? Many. Jiraiya grimaced. He has them spread almost in every country. There are certainly many that we won't ever find. It is easy to see why he can hide. There are some that were abandoned after failed experiments. Destroying them is going to take time. But simply destroying them would be a waste. We can't be sentimental about it. We must salvage whatever documents we find, Hiruzen said in a hardened tone. If both Yamato and Naruto are anything to go by, Orochimaru is bound to have done some valuable research. A product of evil, but it could be used for good. I'm interested in medical research especially. Anything else can be destroyed. Jiraiya stared at his sensei for a moment. Shizen has been busy training shinobi in medical ninjutsu. Tsunade took turns at times. But the best student was still thus far Sakura. She had the potential to even surpass Tsunade. She was a smart girl. But Konoha's medical ninjutsu would once again be unsurpassed by any village. Why have you been focused on building our medical ninjutsu strength? We have Tsunade. She is the best. Shizen and Sakura behind her. What is common with all great shinobi villages is that they need support of the feudal lords. They give us land and we provide military power. They are the political powers and with all the money. However, they remain powerful enough to force changes in our villages. Without the feudal lords supporting us, Konoha becomes crippled. Smaller nations whose population isn't shinobi can operate. They have other means to keep the village afloat. We are shinobi, and to live, we need to do missions. Shinobi get paid this way. When missions don't come, the village suffers. It is the same as a mercenary group. For them to live, they must do missions. Konoha needs to be strong enough to be able to withstand financial blockages from the feudal lord. For this, we must find other means of income. Shinobi are many. Smaller nations don't always rely on the bigger nations for protection. If we can have a capacity to be able to sell our medical ninjutsu, we find another reliable source of income. I'm exploring other avenues. Jiraiya stared. Why the sudden need to break away from the feudal lord? It isn't a breakaway, but merely finding means to be self-sustainable. Does it have anything to do with his interest in Naruto? Kakashi asked. Yes, partly. Is there something I am missing? I'll explain. Go rest up, Kakashi. With Naruto Sasuke back, I'm sure they'll want to hear from you. Hi. Kakashi bowed and departed from the office. Once the Jonin was gone, Hiruzen stared into the ceiling as he spoke to his student. The daimyo is soon going to make it public that Naruto is the son of Minato. He is already coming, and it will start from here. That is why the word hasn't already spread around the Fire Capital. He also wants to say he can also use the narration. Wants to use the fear for his advantage. Jiraiya frowned deeply at this. As if the brat doesn't already have enough. I don't think he'll be too pleased. I've already spoken to him. But I understand that Naruto wants to make a name for himself. He doesn't want to be known as the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash. But we don't have a choice. In this case, what the daimyo demands, he will get. Jiraiya shook his head. He wouldn't have agreed to such an idea. Then again, the daimyo would have likely gone ahead and done it without any permission. He must have been holding it because of his respect for Hiruzen. But how did he know about it? I don't know. The Sandaime Hokage slowly shook his head. How are Naruto's skills with Fuinjutsu? I don't really know. I didn't see much. He didn't really discuss. I just know that his Mokuton usage is going to be legendary. He is powerful, and conducts himself such. He isn't reckless. He does make explosive tags. One thing I know he does better is making barriers. Visible and invisible. Jiraiya winced, thinking of Naruto's next thing. And explosive tags. He has his own special kunai. Unlike his father, who used his special kunai to make his tags to use the narration, Naruto uses his to hide explosive tags. What do you mean hide? I know Naruto used to carry hundreds of explosive tags with him as a genin. He hides them these days. He said problem with tags was that you could see it was an explosive. So, one could avoid it. He now uses kunai. The paper on the handle isn't written anything. That is one way to catch your opponent by surprise. I never did ask why he prefers explosions. He said while he has a lot of chakra, it is not infinite. He reserves it to making clones and his rather large-scale jutsu arsenal. Hiruzen smiled. In battle, he could always count on Naruto to take care of himself. What did you teach that brat, sensei? Just theory. It was what he was willing to let me teach him anyway. I taught him battle. The fundamentals of how a jutsu works and how to counter it. What does now is his own. Hiruzen explained lightly. Naruto! Naruto turned around and saw Ino running toward him. He stopped, and watched her slow movements. When she stopped, she seemed a little out of breath. She put a hand on her knees to catch her breath a little. She looked a bit worn out. A couple of bruises. Should she be walking around like this? Some people cared about their appearances that they would first go home and then walk in the streets. Just the person I didn't want to see. You dare say that after I just ran all the way to see you? Ino glared, her breath recovered. Well, your father had me on choke slam the other day after you passed out on me. It was embarrassing that she'd actually passed out. But the fault lay with what Naruto had actually given her. Never again was she drinking anything from his cup. She was going to buy her own drink and pour it herself. You drugged me. You had to have put something when you poured for me. Naruto laughed. I'm just going to talk to Kurenai. Come with. I'll walk you home after, he said, starting to walk away. Daddy didn't do anything to you, Ino replied, following Naruto. He told me. I was a little scared. I've seen, fathers can be rather protective of their little girls. I'm not a little girl. Yes. Yes, you're a grown woman who just can't hold her liquor. Ino jabbed him on the ribs. If you tell anyone about this, I'm never going to forgive you. Naruto smiled, rubbing his ribs. Hi. Where have you been hiding anyway? I've come to check up on you a couple of times and have not seen you. You're not always home. There were people who seemed to enjoy bothering him when he was home. I have spending quality time in my old home. No nuisance or disturbances. Are calling me a nuisance? Of course not. Ino is always welcome at my home. Ino was silent, wondering if he was being serious or just saying it to keep her from seething. It was good that she found him. He was free now. But when he became busy, he became a rare commodity you only saw when he was returning and leaving the village. Those days were going to come. And Ino wanted to take advantage of it. She did enjoy being around him. I wanted to thank you for taking me home that night. Naruto smiled earnestly. It was a warm smile that made Ino fluster a little. He could smile like that. She was happy seeing that kind of smile. Almost on reflex, she mirrored the smile, but quickly put a hand around her mouth. It was the right thing to do. I was the one who gave you that drink. I mean taking me instead of somewhere else. I was pretty out of it and susceptible. Anything could have happened, and I wouldn't have resisted, Ino said in a quiet tone. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder and squeezed a bit. Just be careful next time. People are not always kind. Some people will take advantage of you. I know, Ino said with a nod. I've seen things myself. But at least I was with you and know that with you, I'll be safe. Ha! Naruto chuckled lightly. Naturally. If you don't have a problem, we can do it again. But this time, with Shika and Shuji. You are my friend and I feel that you need to get along with my other friends. Nothing would make her happy than having all her friends with her. That sounds nice. I'll tell you when, Naruto replied as they made it to the training ground. You coming from a team meeting? Training session. A lazy one since Asuma-sensei wasn't around. Shikamaru and Shuji bothered to push because the other teams are moving up. Competition? Ino shrugged. I lost to Sakura. I quit competitions, she said carelessly. Naruto laughed. Now that is sad. You want me to give you a pat on the back? Watch it, Uzumaki. Naruto raised both his hands. Her improvement is just remarkable, ain't it? Well, I haven't seen anything. But she took good care of me at the hospital and I could tell she had grown. A pity not her chest. That's where I win. Her forehead should have grown bigger. Naruto laughed once more. This is the problem with you clan children. You are only able to learn clan techniques. And no matter what you do, we always know there is a step you'll never climb. You'll always end up somewhere. Well, unless you're blessed with a bloodline. Your chances become better. Yeah, but I'm not really interested in becoming the best kunoichi. I just want to be better with my clan techniques. You know, I'm already starting to learn from my father. We are the only ones with the ability to be able to read people's minds. Daddy does it better than anyone, that's why I want to learn. Just don't end up reading the minds of your friends. I'll spy if I think you're lying and need to confirm it. Well, at least my mind is protected. Nobody gets in here, he said, pointing at his head. How so? He just smiled. Secret, he said, putting a finger on his lips. I was wondering when you would crawl onto our training ground. Ino looked ahead. She'd become so focused on Naruto that she didn't even realize they'd reached the other team. She was starting to lose it. She needed to get hold of herself. Kiba had not changed. His voice was still loud. An annoyance. Her eyes stared at Hinata. The Hyuga had always been big. Even when they were still genin, she had a bigger rack. No wonder Sakura was always envious when they visited the hot springs. Kurenai was alone, under a tree. The girlfriend to their sensei, even though they tried to keep it a secret. An open secret. Are you two dating? Kiba spoke again, snapping Ino out of her thoughts. And what if we are? You got a problem with it, Kiba-chan? Akamaru barked at Naruto. Whoa! He exclaimed. Now I can't make fun of you anymore. Ino shook her head and then walked over to Hinata. Kurenai hadn't thought that Naruto would come to her. His disappearance had stopped what would have been some useful training sessions. She ended up having a couple with Sakura and taught the girls some genjutsu before she moved on to learn under Tsunade. When he came toward her, she felt his presence. It was hard to ignore. He had that aura around him. He was going to become an intimidating person. No, if he could give off this vibe when in normal situation, in battle, he was certainly commanding. She smiled. He'd grown. They'd all grown. Kurenai-sensei. Naruto greeted, sitting across her. Naruto. Kurenai smiled. I'd imagined you wouldn't be coming here anymore. Yeah, well, I must at least apologize for disappearing the way I did. I was really looking forward to learning more from you and annoying Kiba a little more. He does react quite funny when pressed. Kurenai giggled slightly. He did always do that. But that was because he knew how people reacted to certain situations. He had certainly observed and studied those around him to know what ticked them. It is fine. The Sandaime Hokage told me what had happened. Good then, Naruto said with a clap on his hands. The few things you taught me did help. I must admit, I found it difficult to do genjutsu. But detecting it and removing it has become second nature to me. That was your main goal. And I'm not surprised. You have an immense amount of chakra. It was always going to be a difficult task for you. Yeah, well, during my time away, I stumbled on something. Genjutsu effectively deals with invasive chakra. And once you expel that chakra, you're free from that chakra. But I've been exposed to some genjutsu that you cannot escape from. Even if you are aware. While on my training, I stumbled on something. Hallucinations. I came across a flower with a substance that causes hallucinations. The danger about is that once you inhale it, the hallucination doesn't stop until it wears off. How long? A minute or so. Naruto replied with a shrug. It's a large-scale jutsu that requires a lot of chakra. So, not something I'll end up using often. In any case, I just wanted to apologize and thank you for being willing to help me out, he said earnestly. It is my duty to help out those in need. Not everyone is willing to help, Naruto said, standing up. Thank you once again. No problem, Naruto. Seemed like you were getting along just fine with Kurenai-sensei, Ino said with a stare. Hinata was just beside her. The Hyuga looked a little mature. She wasn't turning red already. I do get along just fine with Kurenai-sensei. She is quite delightful, Naruto said, stopping in front of Hinata. He smiled. Hinata. And Naruto-kun. I need a favor from you. The Byakugan can see chakra pathways more clearly. I need you to check the pathways around my arms and see if they are normal. The chakra system was a fundamental part of the body. A flawed system meant there would be problems. A damaged system meant the end of a shinobi career. It was also something that could not be fixed easily. It wasn't like body muscles that could regenerate when cells multiplied. Is there something wrong? Ino asked him. No. But I want to be sure what is happening. Hinata hesitated for a moment. It was the first time Naruto was asking her for something. She felt happy that he would ask for her help. He didn't go anyone else but came to her. She smiled and activated her Byakugan. She scanned Naruto's body and knew why he wanted to check her out. What surprised her the most were the seals in both hands. They appeared to be directly connected to a chakra point around his elbow. How that was even managed was beyond her. What do you see? Everything is normal except for 2 points in both hands. They are bigger than normal. Hinata paused, wondering if she should add. The other chakra is also leaking into your system. Naruto sighed. Nothing unexpected. But it is a good thing nothing is wrong. The expanded points were causing a slight imbalance, but I have it under control. For a while I thought something may be wrong, he said, sounding relieved. Thank you, Hinata. Hinata wanted to say it was a pleasure, but he was already facing Ino. She didn't say anything but only smiled when he turned to her, and then waved with a smile. It was almost as if he had seen that the smile in her face slipped. As they walked away from the training ground, Ino stared at him through the corner of her eyes. What did you do to make her like you? I forget everyone knows about her crush, Naruto said in thought. I wonder, perhaps if you can tell me why you're willing to walk with me in the streets with clothes that are slightly cut, when you normally won't, I'd be able to tell you. Why indeed? But Ino didn't want to think about it. She didn't want to answer it. It would lead to some uncomfortable thoughts. On second thoughts, I'll walk by myself. Just like that? Yeah, just like that. I need to fetch something from the flower shop anyway. Ino basically ran from him. She stopped and then turned. You're going to tell me when the day is right to go out with my team, right? Sure. Sasuke winced silently after crashing into a tree with his back. His eyes shifted ahead, sensing movement. He was forced to switch into his Sharingan when he saw a kunai flashing toward him in disgusting speeds. But with his Sharingan, he could watch it all the way. What made him activate his Sharingan was the lunging blonde. He didn't move with the kunai aimed straight at his forehead. He only shifted his head to the right, in a quick movement. The kunai blasted past his head. He felt a wave of sharp wind touch his hair as it moved past. The kunai pierced through the tree, leaving a gaping hole. If he had tried to block that with a kunai, he would have been in trouble. A second later, Naruto jumped at him, spinning in midair. Sasuke's eyes fixed on the blonde as his right foot cut through the air in flashy movement that would have been blind to the naked eye. He had to admit, the speed in which Naruto attacked was impressive. Nothing a Chunin could dodge against. And his physical strength made taking constant hits from him undesirable. Naruto thought he hit Sasuke right on his temple, but the Uchiha burst into a log. His foot crushed the log, splitting it in 3 pieces as it crashed to the tree. He landed on the ground, and a second later, the pieces of the log fell behind him. Disgustingly infuriating. To realize that without activating the Sharingan his options were limited. Sasuke glared toward Naruto, hidden behind leaves deep within the trees of the Forest of Death. Naruto in battle was a beast. The blonde was unrelenting. Worse, his mere presence unnerved you. If he'd gone this half-heartedly, the mere act of Naruto standing still while ready for battle would have discouraged him. Smaller people wouldn't try to fight Naruto. Sasuke was not a small person. The fact that he was even having such thoughts infuriated him to no end. He took a breath and then jumped from the tree, while switching to his Mangekyo. It was out of frustration that he was doing this. There was no holding back, but there were ground rules. For the moment, he just thought, screw ground rules, he was going to put Naruto in his place. By the time Sasuke landed on the ground, he was surrounded by dark purple chakra. A humanoid structure. He added more chakra, cursing as he felt the power of Susanoo crushing his body under its weight. He hid his pain, gritting his teeth, under the mask of indifference. Naruto raised an eyebrow seeing Sasuke use his powers like that. He would have raised his hands and demanded time out, but he became curious seeing the Susanoo. A truly fascinating jutsu that made him want to summon something and just pummel it. But he held himself from taking any action, instead, watching the jutsu under a cautious gaze. The Susanoo was a beast. His curiosity turned into alarm when Sasuke smirked. The half-formed jutsu created a bow and an arrow. Immediately, Naruto went on the defensive, holding his hands together. When the arrow was released, Naruto sweat a little. The speed was lightning. If he hadn't already been doing hand seals when Sasuke released the arrow, it would have been dangerous for him. It was coming straight at him. No doubt certain death if it hit him. That was not a jutsu you used in a sparring session. Mokuton, three-way wooden wall. 6 wooden pillars materialized from the ground. They locked together, forming a timber wall. 2 more behind it were supposed to form, but Sasuke's arrow was far quicker. Only one formed before the arrow collided with it. It pierced through the wall, sending wooden splinters flying as it marched toward its intended target. Naruto twisted along with gusts of winds as the arrow marched toward him. It just zipped through, right around the left side of his chest. It would have cleaned his arm offhand had he not moved it behind him. He watched through the corner of his eyes as the arrow collided with a tree and then exploded, bursting the tree. His eyes went back to Sasuke, who was standing on the one wooden timber that remained standing. Are you trying to kill me? If I wanted to kill you, I would made it a little faster. Naruto sighed. At least he avoided that. But not without a cut. He glanced at his side. Ripped clothing. A cut that was already closing. I thought we said no Susanoo. I got a little frustrated at the stalemate. Sasuke admitted. And you won't attack me but choose when to attack. I'm always the one who has to move. It is called strategy. You have the Sharingan, and it can predict movements. I would rather not feel so small that you would predict all my movements. You were just going to end up dodging and blocking, unless I became faster. Letting you attack gave me a chance to counterattack. Playing at my strengths. What do you say, we go all out? Naruto held up his hands. If we do that, it would cause panic in the village. There are bound to be explosions. We should not go that far. Perhaps one day when we are far away from the village. We could go ahead. Not today. Fine, let us continue. Naruto lunged forward, and so did Sasuke. Sai hid behind a tree, watching with admitted shock, not showing his face. Those two were not opponents he could face. Their speed a blur. And chakra output something many dreamt of. Danzo was going to be pleased in knowing that Konoha would have more powerhouses. But yet nothing people he could face head-on. The raw strength of Naruto would just knock him back. And Sasuke's fluid movements would be too quick for him. Those were the type opponents you killed either by poisoning or assassination. When his sixth sense rang the alarm bells, this after both Naruto and Sasuke had suddenly disappeared from where they were fighting. He knew something was off and jumped to the ground. The second he did so, the imposing form of Naruto was standing in front of him. The blonde's eyes were so sharp, it made him take an involuntary step back. The potent chakra that ripped through his heart made him took a couple more, but a fourth caused him to stumble and then fall. As he fell slowly, the image of Sasuke came into view. The Uchiha had somehow sneaked behind him. He fell on his behind, hands spread to the side. What do we have here, Sasuke? A rat that has been watching us. I should have created a barrier. But when you're home, you become too comfortable without even realizing that there could be an enemy from within. Naruto said in a cold tone. He took step forward, and stepped on Sai's right foot. In response, Sasuke stepped on Sai's right hand. Sai didn't flinch. His expression didn't display anything. But inwardly, he was panicking a little. The expression Naruto was giving him made him afraid that he may be killed. If this was a mission outside the village, he would have been prepared for death, but this worried him. They were Leaf Shinobi, and he wasn't doing anything wrong. Could they have some hidden agenda? Did he see something he wasn't supposed to see? But how had they noticed him and when? He had been carefully watching their movements. They couldn't have coordinated this attack without him noticing it. Your rats have been watching us. We don't appreciate it. Sasuke actually kicked Sai on his temple. Go back to your master and tell him we don't want to be watched. We will not be merciful next time. You might lose your eyes if you get caught again. The Sandaime will forgive us for thinking you were a spy. Sai merely nodded. When they freed him, he stood up and then finally spoke. I'll pass the message. Once gone, Naruto's eyes turned to Sasuke. Really, Sasuke? He asked, his eyes softer, an amused look on his face. Kicking him out of frustration because you couldn't smack me around like a ball as you'd hoped? That was rather childish of you. I don't need to hear that from you. Naruto shook his head. At least we don't have to worry about you taking on Itachi with your current skills. You're smarter now and don't just rush in. It is good. I don't feel like I'm talking to all now. Sasuke didn't want to compliment Naruto. He just stared back his teammate for a long minute before finally swallowing hard. You've gone on the pace I thought you would. A balanced shinobi. I wouldn't have anyone else as a rival. He managed to sneak out those words out of his mouth, with a hint of jealousy. Naruto smiled, shaking his head slightly. He put his hands inside his pockets. Let's go back to the village. I need to eat something. Let it not be ramen. It is still morning. I wasn't going to invite you. But since you're a lonely cat, I'll invite you to my house for an energy meal. HN. The question of whether what the Shodai thought of seeing his granddaughter, an only living descendant, becoming what Tsunade has become was irrelevant. The man was dead. They were at the present, and could only draw inspiration from the past. If only that could be used to get Tsunade to toe in line, and use her abilities for the better of this village. Well, at least her medical ninjutsu knowledge was becoming useful, but she could still play a vital role as Hokage. Jiraiya sat across her. She glanced at him with tired eyes and then stared the saucer she held. You brought something nice? Jiraiya shook his head. She was most likely talking about the sake from the land of the toads. You can ask Katsuyu to bring some for you, he said. I didn't come drink tonight. Tsunade gulped the remaining alcohol and placed the saucer down. You look troubled, she said, resting her arms on the table. Circumstances compel me to be troubled. Konoha might face danger soon. I don't know when it will come, but from whom it is known. Once Orochimaru found out that we were coming against him, he decided to plot against us. Jiraiya said in a serious tone. Unsurprisingly. If someone is planning to attack me, I'll do something to defend myself. For Orochimaru it may just also be payback for not giving him the position of Hokage. He is probably still bitter about it. He wasn't happy when Sensei put Minato as his successor. Tsunade laughed at this. It surprised me. I never thought he'd do so. He was always blind when it came to his beloved student. Not anymore. Jiraiya released a long breath. Sensei is really taking a lot of time. He is already too old for the position of Hokage. We should be relieving him of his duties. And you're not, because? If I become ground, who will take over my network? Besides, you're suitable to be Hokage. Of the three of us, you were always the one who was sensible. Jiraiya smiled sadly, thinking of memory of the past. I'm not interested. If you keep bringing this up, I'll stop talking to you, Jiraiya. The Sannin became quiet for a moment and then spoke. I didn't come to talk about that. It is about Naruto. Minato's son? Jiraiya nodded. What of him? You already know about him and Orochimaru. We don't exactly know the full extent of what was done to him. We want to understand his body. He told me that there were some changes in him that he felt. It hasn't been negative, but if there is anyone who understands the human body, it is you. Sensei is asking you to look at his body and see him. Just so we don't have to worry about him. Jiraiya pleaded with emotion. Is he your student? Jiraiya shook his head. No, he trained himself. I just helped there and there. Tsunade nodded. How long is he with Orochimaru? A couple of years. Jiraiya responded grimly. There's one of the lab they used to use for Mokuton research. It could also be a good medical research. Naruto's regeneration abilities are beyond normal. His body heals wounds in rapid speeds. We want to know if it has no adverse effects on him. She would not bother, but Jiraiya was begging. Besides, there were many who sought to have that kind of ability to quickly regenerate from wounds. She wanted to see just how well he healed and how his body reacted to such an ability. Fine. Thank you, Haim. I will send him to you, Jiraiya said happily. You owe me, and is there anything else I should know? Sakura told me a lot about him. But I want a different angle before I meet. You'll know about him when you meet him. He is a good kid, just a lot stronger than a normal kid. Jiraiya chuckled. Minato would have been proud. Even if I were to raise all chakra to maximum levels, I wouldn't scare him. And we are not talking about the Kyuubi's chakra. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? He is still just a brat. You'll meet him. Tsunade nodded, and poured herself another drink. There might be future for him if he isn't your student and corrupted by all that peace talk. Your last students died in their quest for the peace you preached. And Minato followed as well. If he is powerful, it is better he isn't your student. Those brutal words bodied Jiraiya hard that he discarded his desire not to drink. Naruto only had short pants while at the back of his house, staring expressionlessly at the crow cawing. There was a barrier that surrounded the house. At night, he kept it up because he didn't want any surprises. With everything that the Sandaime told him, it was best to be on the safe side. With Danzo also lurking, ensuring that no one sneaked into the house while he slept was a necessary precaution. There were also valuable scrolls within the house that needed protection. He decided to go back inside the house, and the crow followed him inside. He went into the underground room and settled in a meditative position, eyes closed. In a puff of smoke, Itachi undid his transformation. He looked around the room. A basement like one in his clan. But this one's walls were marked with strange masks and scrolls on the shelves. With his Sharingan, he could see the walls were marked by a barrier. Where Naruto sat, there appeared to a large amount of chakra flowing. Most likely a storage seal that supplied power to the invisible barrier. He sat down. I'm just a clone. So, I won't take much of a time. The fact that you can sneak into the village without alerting anyone means that you most likely still registered in the barrier or you just have a way around it. But given that former Leaf Shinobi are able to pass through it without alerting anyone, the former seems likely, Naruto said without opening his eyes. What do you want? You only tolerate my presence because I have come to you with options that help Sasuke. And that I really don't feel the contempt Sasuke feels for you. You interest me in any case, Naruto added. But I get the impression that you love Sasuke. You may have done what you did, but the question is why did you leave Sasuke? It was because you loved him. And as you show now. Itachi nodded. Naruto still didn't open his eyes. It wasn't that the blonde was afraid of being tapped into genjutsu. He was focused on something. He could see chakra flowing around the blonde. Was he supplying chakra to the barrier? There is a bit of a problem at my end. There is someone who recruited me to the Akatsuki, and he is likely the same person who attacked Konoha on the night you were born. He is an Uchiha like me. He wants to recruit Sasuke into the organization, and I feel that if he feels that I am no longer of use, I may not be able to face Sasuke. If I die before I face Sasuke, the likelihood of him approaching Sasuke increases. I do not want Sasuke to abandon the leaf. But there is a possibility that he will. Something that I keep from him will be told, and it will be used to lure him into the organization. If I do not become honest with him, and stop lying to him, he may fall. Sasuke is highly emotional and can be manipulated easily. Naruto's right eye opened for a moment before he shut it again. He had known something was up. The talk with the Sandaime had informed him as much. There was some sort of secrecy, and it was so deep that it could end up making Sasuke hating Konoha. Naruto wished he'd never met Itachi. He just wished he didn't have to ask himself such questions. Indeed. Sasuke can be manipulated. But he has improved. Of course, if something pushes him, he can be given a quick shove. This is why I want to face him. I made my own choice. I have always led him. I want him to make his own choices. But I want you to understand that I've always fought for Konoha. And if Sasuke were to attack Konoha, he would have to be stopped. Itachi lifted his cloak, and a crow flew out. Naruto's eyes opened and watched the black creature. It landed on his right shoulder, and he noticed its eye. A Sharingan. What is this? Shursei's eye. It has a powerful genjutsu that can manipulate a person without them knowing or anyone knowing. It cannot be undone by anyone. I want to give that to you. I cannot give it to anyone else. You're the only other person in Konoha I talk to. If not careful, it falls into the wrong hands. That man also wants it. Itachi closed his eyes for a moment. Danzo has the other one. Nobody in the village knows. Not even the Sandaime. And you didn't say anything because? Reckless from Itachi. What if Danzo used this on the Sandaime, or him for that matter? If I had said anything, it would have led to bloodshed. Sometimes we must keep secrets in order to protect what we value. Naruto snorted. Same principle with Sasuke? I'm not fond of the way you people do things. Our lives could have been better if you people didn't think it better to keep the truth from us. You want to decide for us. Let us make our own decisions. We always think we are making better decisions. But things have not exactly been right. He led his brother into a dark path. I'm telling you this about Danzo, not because I want you to tell anyone. Danzo remains important to the village. I worked under him and know him well. I'm telling you this so you can use it against him. Kakashi may not have said this, but the danger of using the Mangekyo Sharingan is that it deteriorates your eyesight. Eventually you become blind. There is no cure. The only way to get over it is to implant the eyes of your closest relative. In this case, I would need Sasuke's eyes. But I don't know if I will be able to give Sasuke my eyes. If something happens to me, I have already programmed my eyes to burn. For Sasuke, my father's eyes are available. After the Uchiha massacre, Danzo collected the eyes of those who had already awakened the Sharingan. Use the information I gave you to get them from him. It should cure Sasuke. There are some valuable weapons that I want to give to you, but I just want to know again. If Sasuke ever attacked the Hidden Leaf, what would you do? He is your only friend. Would you betray that friend to protect the village that has hated you? You ask difficult questions. But it has to be obvious. Naturally, I would try to stop him. But if he cannot be stopped, I'm a Leaf Shinobi. Itachi momentarily smiled. There were no lies. He could see it. He had already seen it before. After all, he had been observing the blonde. But he had to ask. For his peace of mind. Before I give you my tools, I want to show you something. You will decide from there whether if Sasuke chose to attack the leaf, does he need to be stopped or not. Naruto was silent for a couple of moments. Do you have to show me anything? I would rather be ignorant if it can be helped. You're Sasuke's friend. I have never been there for him. If I get to tell him the truth, only you can be able to understand. I wasn't supposed to say anything. But the man in the Akatsuki is going to tell him anyway. And he believes I want. To control the narrative, I have to act before he does. Fine. Following day. Tsunade stared at Naruto for a moment, and then shook her head. He was an imposing brat, all right. No, could she even call him a brat? He didn't look comfortable being in a lab, sitting on a bed. Having flashbacks? Yes. Naruto admitted with a laugh. Last time I was in a setup like this, I didn't have a pleasant time. Sorry to have to do this to you. Tsunade took his right hand and then cut him with a kunai on the palm. Wow, this is going to be interesting. I'll need to draw your blood first and then study it. Would be interesting if I can get a piece of your flesh. Jiraiya already explained it to you, yes? He did. But he didn't say anything about taking chunks of my flesh. You're going to heal, aren't you? Tsunade said carelessly. Sorry. She apologized. Don't be. I find your honesty refreshing. I'm not that of a child that I'll be flinching over this. Besides, it is for my own good, isn't it? Yes. Naruto held out his arms. Let us see what your teammate did to me. He didn't tell you? Naruto shrugged. Rambled about a lot of things. Senju and Uchiha being one formerly. Chapter 11, Shadows unto Light Part 1. Sasuke, Naruto called, seeing Sasuke walk through the passages of the Hokage Tower. The Uchiha halted his movement and turned to face Naruto. Highbrow rose curiously before asking. You were also called? Yeah. Naruto nodded. An Umbu had showed up, told him he was wanted in the Hokage office. He'd been firm on the now. A mission possibly. They didn't just crawl out of their shadows just for normal calls. Naruto hoped it was something that would alleviate his boredom. What do you think it's about? A mission most likely. Orochimaru perhaps. The Sannin seemed to have the village on its feet, scrambling for balance, and the right method to erase his existence while he actively plotted against it. Thought so. Sasuke smiled. While I doubt they would send us out to face Orochimaru, it would be a good thing to test myself against the Sannin. They are supposed to be stronger than your normal S-rank shinobi. Kage-level shinobi, but there are a few exceptions. Not all S-rank shinobi are equal. And the Sannin are not equal either. Jiraiya claims in his full power, he can fight 2 S-rank criminals by himself. The Toad Sage never lacked any confidence. He was by no means a man riding on the bloated arrogance of being hailed as one of the legendary Sannin. Sage power was tremendous. It put one above the normal means. Its strength unparalleled. Certainly, there was no human who could match it with normal means. Then again, if there was anything men feared, it was natural disasters. And how do you march against him? Sasuke asked with narrowed eyes. Always wanting to test himself. A freak of competition. Naruto hoped it wouldn't become anything comedic and obsessive as the rivalry with Guy and Kakashi. At least between the two, there was no jealousy. They respected each other. But Sasuke was a junkie high on emotions. Knock him off his Uchiha arrogance, and you'll see flames. Inwardly he sighed. What a child. But a very deadly child who could become a nuisance if he reacted negatively to the news his elder brother was going to tell him. While he didn't say it, Naruto had a feeling Itachi had no desire to tell his brother what to do. He just wanted to tell him the truth for once. As he made his choice, he wanted Sasuke to make a choice. Yet pushing all the responsibilities on handling the fallout on him. He frowned thinking about it. A cruel bastard who didn't want to stop his brother himself but would rather someone do it because he just wanted to love. Ah, how it must be nice to be loved. Surely, Itachi loved his brother more than anything else. To murder even his own mother, and leave his little brother. And want to die by his own hand, leaving him with power even he wouldn't claim. The latter part has been achieved. The former remained. Sweet death. Naruto would never aspire to be like Itachi. The man killed his own mother. For whatever reasons there, it was a despicable act. If he was going to leave Sasuke, he could have left his mother alive as well. Villages were truly dark entities. They were demanding. People sacrificed everything and anything for them. The love for one's village was unhealthy if you could sacrifice everything for it. But such was the world they lived in. A flawed and corrupt system of shinobi that was ruled by power and power alone. And a bit of blood just to appease the ancestors who killed and killed just because it was their natural way of life. Realizing he'd spaced out, Naruto waved his right hand dismissively. If you want to find out, challenge him for a sparring session, he replied casually. I'm sure he'd be interested in seeing your strength firsthand just to be safe that the village will be in secure hands in the future. He added as he knocked at the door. Come in. Naruto opened the door and stepped in. Sasuke closed it behind him. What neither were expecting to see was Danzo and Sai waiting for them in the office of the Sandaime Hokage. But neither so much as showed any outward reaction but faced the third. You called for us, Naruto said in a casual tone. Ah, yes, Hiruzen replied with a smile. We have information regarding Kabuto. And your fellow clan member Naruto. Naruto's eyes didn't exactly lit up hearing about this. Kabuto, he was more than ready to murder. But Karen was another story. You found her? Yes. Danzo has found that she was seen recently returning to the sound with Kabuto. I am sending you to retrieve Kabuto. He must be brought back alive. If there is someone who knows Orochimaru, it is him. I'm sending you too because we don't know what threats may arise. You'll be going with Sai here. He knows someone who has been eyes for Danzo in the sound. He will lead you to this person. It is for utmost importance that Kabuto is brought back alive. Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. Your primary goal is to retrieve him. He must not be killed. The third didn't have to say it. The unspoken message was pounded into his understanding clearly. He wasn't to focus on Karen. She came secondary. The brutal reality of the world they lived in. He could say Karen was family, but over her, Konoha had to come first. It was logical. Yet what Naruto considered unfair was that he had to bring Kabuto alive. That sadist bastard defiled his mother's grave. He deserved death. That is a tough one. I have to agree with Naruto, Sasuke said. Do you two question my orders? Of course not. Naruto was quick to say. Then you understood me. Kabuto must not be killed. Understood, Hokage-sama? Failure will not be tolerated, Danzo said, speaking in a hardened tone. Orochimaru is a dangerous person. If we get his number 2, we close on him. And we will soon apprehend him. If you come across him, you are to kill him. This will go a long way to prove your usefulness to Dash. Danzo. Hiruzen cut off the Warhawk. Leave the office. You've done what you're supposed to do. Go with Sai. He must be at the village gates by 3 p.m. to depart with the others. Danzo glared but left without a word. He hated being cut off like that. He hated the way Hiruzen just treated him. Surely, the man didn't trust him. If Jiraiya hadn't corroborated his intelligence, Hiruzen wouldn't have believed him. Even if he has been vocal since day one about getting rid of Orochimaru. At the door, he glanced at the 2 weapons and nodded inwardly. They were indeed going to be useful for the Leaf. But not in the coming battle. They would work for him. Once Danzo was gone, Hiruzen released a long breath and then smiled. Don't mind Danzo. Don't mind him? Naruto wanted to scoff, but he kept to himself. With what he now knew, he was going to walk around that man with eyes on his back and his shields at full capacity. That man was dangerous. And surely the Sandaime knew that. Naruto only assumed the only reason Danzo has not used his genjutsu against the old man was because it was something that could be discovered. Then again, Itachi said it wasn't something that could be used on a whim like normal genjutsu. It did take time to recharge. Is his information true? Sasuke asked. Kakashi had already warned him of the Warhawk and just how dangerous he was. Yes. Jiraiya has confirmed Kabuto was seen. Hiruzen nodded. I have my reservations about sending you out. But I suppose you need this. In any case, I want you to watch Sai for me. Danzo has obviously sent him with another mission in mind. If he does something, take the necessary steps. Hi. And Naruto. The feudal lord will arrive tomorrow. By the time you return, you may be known as Minato's son. Great. I'm sorry I cannot shield you from this one. Naruto shook his head. Bitterly, the Sandaime couldn't shield him from anything. Despite his best wishes, when it came to protecting him, the Sandaime has all but failed dismissively. I understand the situation. It was going to come out anyway. It can be used to my advantage. And it only means I have to work harder. Naruto grunted. Somehow, he was similar to Sasuke. It was best they were friends. They truly could understand each other. Itachi did what he did for the village. His father did what he did for the village. Someone ends up being hated for it. Ungrateful people surrounded them. If they really plotted to see this village that has survived on the sacrifices of their loved ones, they could bring it to its knees. And that was not just a pipe dream. They both had the power. Good thing for Konoha, Naruto was not that cold-hearted and devoid of emotion and a moral compass. He would admit, morality was misplaced in a world governed by kill or be killed. Kakashi certainly sought to preach differently, but practicality, he played by those principles of the shinobi world. Good. It is very important you succeed. And if you come across members of the Akatsuki, don't engage. You have one task and you have to do it. Understood. Once they left tower and stepped into the streets, Sasuke finally spoke. I've never asked, but how does it feel to know that this village has only spat on the sacrifices of your parents? Sasuke asked, his eyes watching Naruto like a hawk. Bitter, if I must admit. It's not even funny. But this is the world we live in and it is what secrets do. Of course, Sasuke wouldn't be laughing when he learns of his own sacrifices. One day, you'll be in my position and we can talk about it. For now, you cannot understand it. Sasuke snorted. Don't be late. Boom! Naruto exclaimed, poking Ino on the sides of her chest after sneaking in behind her while focused on her job. Arg! She jumped, turning around, tossing over the jug of water she held. Naruto laughed, moving back to avoid getting jabbed. She'd looked so frightened. You'd think a frightening beast had just whispered death into her ears. Seeing him laugh, she took a step closer to him before hitting him on his right shoulder. That wasn't funny! With a smile, Naruto replied. From where I'm standing it was. Ino glared. How the hell had he sneaked in behind her? Had she been so absorbed in her thoughts that she couldn't even hear him? It wasn't like it was the first time something like that has happened. But with civilians. To her senses, they were as silent as a leaf dropping to the rot. Naruto was hardly silent. She calmed her heart, and then glanced at the puddle of water on the floor. At least, no flower pot fell. She would have made him compensate for it. She turned her eyes back at him, and then spoke. What are you doing here? Her eyes went just above his right shoulder. There was a scroll on his back. It was, almost folded like the sheath of a sword. Naruto folded his hands across his chest. I came to check up on you. I haven't seen you since you ran from me. I didn't run, something just came up. Naruto laughed. Well, do share. I was offended. Yeah, right. Ino rolled her eyes. If you came to see me, help me out clean this and water the flowers. This is your fault anyway. Naruto raised right hand. I wish, but I actually came here to say I'm off. Won't be hanging out with your friends. I didn't want to leave without saying anything in case you complain again. Ino folded her hands across her chest. It was back to this again. Once he started digging into missions, there was no end to it. She too was going to be out with her team. It was better when someone was always around. Oh. It slipped out. How long? You never know. A week at least. Naruto replied and then moved closer, leaning in. You're not going to miss me, are you? Ino didn't back away. When she could feel his breath. When his piercing eyes were just inches away from hers. She stared back. Who'd miss you? Naruto stepped back, and then smiled. Good then. See you when I come back, he said, walking away. Ino watched him leave without uttering a word. When he was just about to exit the shop, she called. Be safe. Sasuke had his eyes closed, leaning against the village wall just by the gates. He was waiting for Naruto. Sai was just a couple of feet away from him. The pale teenager had tried talking to him, but Sasuke had ignored him. He had nothing to say than count the seconds it took just waiting for Naruto. It wasn't yet time, but they were still waiting and he was counting how long the blonde made them wait. It didn't take long for him to sense Naruto. He was walking toward them. Was it stroll? He didn't seem to be in any hurry. When the blonde did arrive, Sasuke took note of the fact that the blonde didn't carry a bag with him. You do know we might take a couple of days. Given we are leaving at this time, We'll have to rest up tonight and reach the sound tomorrow. My dear friend, I am Uzumaki. We carry sealing scrolls with us. Naruto replied with a wave of his right hand. Sasuke shook his head. Just so we're clear, I'm team leader and you will all follow my instructions. Who made you leader? I'm ranked higher than you. Sasuke replied, pointing at him. He pointed at Sai. Is irrelevant. Pulling rank. But the Uchiha was not false. Naruto turned to Sai and then watched him carefully. He'd never seen him display any emotion. Not even once. Were all of Danzo's forces like that? Either way, they were doing this mission together as a team. He would have to work together. So, Sai, you're part of the team. I hope you will behave as part of the team. That means watching our backs. The objective is the mission. I can't be watching your back while focused on the mission. Naruto sighed. He wasn't going to bother with this. Hear that, Sasuke? Only you have my back. Sasuke just smiled. Isn't it the usual? Naruto shared the smile. Indeed. He agreed. Well, let us. Since this one is the navigator, let him take charge of the journey. Sasuke nodded. Lead the way. Keep up. Sai replied, hopping away to the trees. Predictably, the two were behind him, silent and focused. Sai couldn't believe that he was in this situation. Being teamed with those two. He hoped he survived them. There was a mission to be done, and he had to accomplish it. Even if it cost him his life. For the sake of Konoha. He glanced back at the two. He knew, if he did something contrary to what they were supposed to do and something that would damage the mission, these two were not going to let it slide. He had a feeling they'd even kill him. Sasuke seemed to be the type who was disagreeable. Either way, they worked well together. Something wrong? Naruto's voice. Sai glanced at the blonde. He was right at him. Those sharp eyes staring at him dangerously. He shook his head while looking ahead. No. Then don't ponder too much. We are not that bad people that we'd kill you. No, scratch that. Naruto was the dangerous one. Sasuke was just aggressive. But the blonde was the type to kill you with a smile. Jiraiya had been right, Hiruzen looked frail. But much like the sand-aimed Tsuchikage. It was just worse for the old man compared to how imposing he'd once been. After all, he was the genius who mastered the use of all 5 basic elements. Despite her genius in medical ninjutsu, even she couldn't compare to the genius of Hiruzen. Looking at him was just laughable. To think he was the same person who trained the legendary Sannin. What remained was a mere shadow of his former self. There was no power to respect. The fact that the village still bowed to him was just a testament to how great he had been. Tsunade stared for a moment, watching him drag himself through the mountain of work he has been doing for generations now. She honestly pitied him. A student of both the Nidain and Shodai Hokage. It was remarkable that their legacy still lived on. And yet, while his legacy still lived, it was nothing he could point to succeed him. Hence he carried on with this mountainous work that would surely kill him, as it did with everyone. She was even shocked that he has been able to live this long. Tsunade. Hiruzen spoke in a light tone, an aged smile. I wasn't expecting to see you. In all truth, he had not seen her in over a year, even though she was in the village. She mostly passed the message through Shizen. And the village had welcomed her with much fanfare when she returned. But Hiruzen wasn't going to force her into a situation she didn't want. As long as she could help with the next generation, then he had no reason to complain. But truly, she looked the part. You'd not think she was Jiraiya's age looking at her. There was nothing for me to do, so I buried myself into the little work you gave me. The slug princess said as she settled down. She wasn't going to admit she'd hardly slept working on it. I take it you have some results then. Hiruzen leaned back to his chair, and stared at Tsunade expectantly. Tsunade didn't get into it. You really don't have anyone to take the position from you? Hiruzen smiled bitterly with a slight shake of his head. No. My students refuse to do so. My son isn't strong enough. Not that we've always had the best of relationships. There is Kakashi. Young and still useful as a shinobi than as a kage. Unsurprisingly, there is nothing good that comes from desiring that position. Your grandfather would disagree with that. Good things came out. We all have different circumstances that we must fight. It is how we go through them and if we're able to see the future. The young ones have aspirations. Untested, but they dream. He thought of Naruto, and then smiled. You should take a page from Naruto. His parents died in the service of this mantle, and yet he continues to live a shinobi. Tsunade snorted. He is a Jinchuriki. He had no other choice but to become a shinobi. Hiruzen shook his head. Tsunade, you should know better. None of Konoha's previous Jinchuriki were ever forced to use that power. They become Jinchuriki merely to contain the power, not use. The same could have happened to Naruto. He chose to become a shinobi, and as long as I lived, he wouldn't have been forced to live otherwise. How noble of you! But then again, Konoha had never been in a position to need the power of a Bija. Not very noble when you consider how I have failed him. Hiruzen waved his hand. He knew she was being sarcastic but felt the need to respond. As you can see, I have a lot of work. Get to why you came here so I can return to my work. It was going to be like this, huh? For some reason, this irked Tsunade. She was even talking to the old man about this ever since he made the pitch to her, and she refused. He hadn't bothered again. And showed no interest in trying to force things. He would surely rip his robes and throw the hat at her if she suddenly said she would succeed him. But he wasn't doing anything. She should be happy, but the thought frustrated her. There is something I don't understand. Naruto didn't become a bloodline user because of Orochimaru. He was born that way. Orochimaru couldn't have possibly known that. But that is the truth. His Mokuton use isn't the result of Orochimaru's experiments. Hiruzen was genuinely surprised. Then again, with the notes that he did read written by Kabuto, the man had pondered on this thought, but it had not been tested because it wasn't in Orochimaru's agenda. From some of the notes we had, Orochimaru's number 2 expressed such a thought, saying none of Orochimaru's subjects displayed the same reception as Naruto when it came to Hashirama's cells. There were some negative at first, but it worked out in the end. But how? Tsunade shook her head. I do not know. He is not the same as my grandfather. You have to understand that my grandfather didn't inherit his bloodline from anyone. Nor did his children inherit it. Hiruzen absorbed this for a couple of moments before nodding. Then what was Orochimaru doing? That is the difficult part. His Uzumaki DNA remains, but Naruto has both the Senju and Uchiha DNA in him. It used my cells and Sasuke's cells to match this. The DNA structure is similar. As for his healing powers, it has to do with being Uzumaki and the cells of my grandfather. It's normal. I do not know about the way he heals using the Kyuubi's chakra. He says life-threatening wounds are healed by it. He told me that he once had a Chidori pierced through his chest and it healed quickly. He doesn't have a single scar on him. This type of healing may have negative consequences on his life force. He may end up living a normal lifespan. But I do not know yet. I'll need to study things further. Hiruzen nodded. Will there be any adverse effects on anything Orochimaru did? Tsunade shook her head. I don't know everything. His body is complicated. Secrets that must not be told anyone. It however seems like there is no problem with him at all. That is the good part. I want Naruto to live a long life. Hiruzen said with relief. Nobody must indeed know about this. Very few even know Naruto was in the hands of Orochimaru. Even your students must not know this. If Naruto is fine, you will continue with things. I understand. I'm curious about his healing ability. Like this. Tsunade pointed at her forehead. It is almost like Naruto can't die in battle, as long as there is chakra. I don't think other Bijas work in the same way. The Kyuubi's chakra in works positively with my grandfather's cells. It in fact seems to strengthen it. With Mokuton, it does the same. The latter is by Naruto's admission. He said this mostly has to do with Yang release. How many sessions did you have with him? 3. Is he around? No, on a mission, Hiruzen said. I didn't think Naruto understood Yang energy that well. I'll need to talk to him about it. But I can understand this reaction. What? Bijou chakra is based on Yin and Yang chakra. Minato split the Kyuubi into 2. I assume the part in Naruto is Yang chakra. Yang chakra is full of vitality and gives life to forms. Yin and Yang can manipulate life. Hiruzen became thoughtful. Did Naruto say anything about this? No. Okay. I'll have to talk to him when he returns. But thank you, Tsunade. One more thing. I believe Naruto already knows about this. And from what he told me, Orochimaru believes that Senju and Uchiha originated from the Sage of Six Paths. He thought combining both powers could reawaken the Rinnegan and perhaps recreate the power of the Sage. I told you that Naruto is still Uzumaki, but the 3 components are acclimating into one. Soon, he will not be Uzumaki, but a different being altogether. Unknown location. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said, getting the attention of his master, who was sitting on his throne, at a hideout within the outskirts of Konoha. Orochimaru's eyes turned toward Kabuto. Is everything ready? Yes. Both Naruto and Sasuke are already at the sound. It seems that Danzo did his part, and the decoys managed to deceive Jiraiya's people. It was well when things came into fruition. But Danzo had to be watched. He was the first person who advocated into his killing after he fled from Konoha. And given what he knew, it was only reasonable to assume that if he showed a moment of weakness, Danzo was going to try to put a dagger on his spine, just to tie loose ends. Aside from Danzo, there was nothing to worry about. It is a pity we won't get to see Naruto-kun in action. I would have liked to see him fight. In this case, it would have been to our disadvantage, Kabuto pointed out. Yes. Orochimaru paused, coughing. Kabuto took a worried expression as he moved closer to his master. The current host was reaching the end of a lifetime. His master needed to find a new host soon. If he was going to battle, the host would quickly wear out. Should we have called Gyurin ahead of time? We can still use her. Though I doubt she would be willing to leave that boy alone. But her opinion in the matter isn't required. We don't need her for now. We need her to watch the hideout. Just in case Danzo tries something. After this, we can use her. She will be a good host, this body can hold on for now. Orochimaru replied confidently. Sound. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and then looked back at the burning flames. They'd been sitting around the fire for a while now. It was still early morning. The sun still to turn up. The birds still sleeping in their nests. Sai had already departed to meet up with his contact. It was supposed to have occurred yesterday, but there were some delays that Sai hadn't been willing to discuss. They couldn't move. Neither knew which hideout to attack. If they just attacked one, the others would most definitely know something was up and then flee. That aside, Naruto didn't have a particularly good feeling about this. Sai had been gone since midnight. He was supposed to have returned by now. Hence they were wide awake, ready to strike while their opponents enjoyed the comfort of the morning. Shrugging off his discomfort, Naruto spoke to Sasuke. How is your vision? Sasuke's eyes fell on him sharply. He didn't immediately respond, as if he wondered what Naruto was talking about. It dawned on him, and his eyes narrowed. Playing ignorant wasn't going to do him any good. Fine. Really? How do you know about that? I was with a junkie obsessed about the Mangekyo's Sharingan. Naruto replied with a shrug. Orochimaru's obsession with those eyes was truly sad. A pity, humiliation only compounded his misery. But on the bright side, just farther affirmed just how impressive those eyes were. Naruto had to applaud himself over how easily such a tale formed in his mind. For someone who hated lies, he was rather good at telling them. He was being a hypocrite, and he blamed Itachi for putting him in such a situation. He comforted himself in that he'd never claimed to be a saint. Nothing as yet. It admittedly puts a lot of strain in my eyes. But the power was worth it. The strain. Not becoming blind. What happens when you become blind? Sasuke didn't want to think about it. But if he was suffering, then Itachi's vision had to be worse. That was a good thing for him. He could have an advantage. And he would use it in his battle. Itachi has had these eyes for years now. If he wasn't blind already, then he could barely see. He wondered if that was the same for Kakashi. The Jonin didn't seem to have any problems. But then again, nobody displayed their weakness. It was bad that Naruto knew about this weakness. Who else knows? Don't worry. Your secret is safe with me, Naruto said with a grin. You can take Itachi's eyes, that is if he doesn't take yours. He is already blind. Naruto shook his head. You don't read much of your clan secrets, do you? It amazes me since you already knew how the Mangekyo Sharingan could be awakened. Sasuke glared at Naruto. If you implant the eyes someone close to you, blood-related, you achieve the perfect eyes that put no strain, Naruto said. You Uchiha could have become a clan that practices cannibalism if everyone in the clan could awaken the Sharingan and the Mangekyo. Alas, very few do, or used. How is that a bad thing? Naruto shrugged. It would have vindicated the many thoughts many people have about the Uchiha. I know your clan has always had the suspicion of the village. But perhaps this was due to the second Hokage. People are truly envious of power. Then again, if I lived with people who could control me with genjutsu, I would be wary. Not every Sharingan can do that. Some are just powerful with genjutsu. And not all abilities are the same. That was true. Naruto had never really taken that to mind. Kakashi's ability was not the same with any of Itachi. It was a space/time jutsu. A very curious ability. Shirsui's eye was also different. It was blessed with a powerful genjutsu. Though, even Itachi could lay claim to this. He was an expert with genjutsu. Just not in the same manipulative level as Shirsui's eye. He had to keep an eye on this. What is unique about yours? I'm not going to tell you that. Don't be stingy like that, Naruto said, looking up. How I envy you. Susanoo looks like something from Legends. A remarkable power that makes you stand out. Sasuke wasn't going to admit his happiness in hearing Naruto say that. You have not seen what it can do. You refuse to train with me. I need to get the best of it. I'm not going to help you better me. What kind of a rival would I be if I was helping you? In fact, I hope Itachi gouges your eyes out and leaves you blind. At least some people will be able to talk, Naruto said, staring straight at Sasuke's eyes. I don't know if you really mean that. Naruto laughed. Take a guess. Though, it would be laughable if you really became blind. How would the mighty Uchiha even grace the streets without his Sharingan? That man isn't going to take my eyes. I am going to take his and avenge my clan. That's the spirit. And I'll be cheering you on. You can't afford to take defeat. I'll laugh at you until you kick the bucket if I have to end up saving you when you can't even avenge your clan against a man you've hated for almost your entire life. Sasuke winced just at the thought. He could imagine it. Naruto mocking him. Even his parents would be disappointed in him. He could not fail. He would not fail. He would make Itachi pay. Not going to happen. Of course, Your Majesty, Naruto replied with a smile. I'll help you when we get back. I'm sure Itachi has had time to practice over the years. Sasuke smiled. As small as it was still a smile. You can't hold anything back. Of course, Naruto said with a nod. Sasuke knew what he too could do. If Sai isn't back by sunset, we'll have to search for him. We don't know what he might be doing at this stage. And we already have our mission. I shouldn't have let him go alone, Sasuke said. A mission? We have to think about our mission, and he said he had to meet with his contact. We are already in enemy territory. A risk like that had to be taken. How are we going to find him? Sasuke asked with a frown. They were in a country and didn't know where he had gone. Worse, either were especially good at tracking. I have a trick for that. Sasuke activated his Sharingan to be able to see what Naruto was doing. The blonde had refused to tell him what trick he would employ to track down Sai. His teammate then went down, placing his hand on the ground with his eyes closed. Sasuke could see him channeling chakra through the ground. After a minute or so, his eyes snapped open and then he got up. Got him. If you could track someone like this, you could have told me already and we would have found Itachi already, Sasuke said with a glare. Naruto shook his head. I can't do it in places like a village. Too many chakra signatures to focus on. And there is a limit on how far I can search. Sai isn't far from us. Actually, he is far close than I thought he'd be and he isn't alone. What is doing? Can't tell, but he's not moving. I'd hate it if he were just keeping us waiting. For what purpose would he have to keep us waiting? Naruto shook his head. The thought is ridiculous. But we have to move discreetly. He has some of his pests positioned not far from us. Likely knows if they are close, we'd notice. So kept them just in case we moved. Naruto created 2 clones. The other transformed into Sasuke. Let's go. He was getting impatient. His fellow Uzumaki was already waiting for him anyway. And Kabuto. How he wished he could get his hands on that glassy bastard, tear him to pieces or maybe just jab of some things they would find in Orochimaru's hideouts, and let him live like a monster or an animal, as he and his master have made other people. Someone is here. Sai was alerted. A second later, both Naruto and Sasuke landed below the tree he sat. How they found him was a question he asked inwardly. Neither were sensors as far as he was concerned. The Sharingan didn't operate like the Byakugan. Hello, hello. While Naruto greeted with a smile and a wave, Sasuke just glared sharply at him. Why did you follow? You were gone for quite a while. We had to worry. We are already behind schedule. Sai was silent for a couple of moments before responding. I'm still waiting for someone to arrive. We don't know which hideout Kabuto is located. I thought you knew. Didn't you go out to meet someone who knew? Why did you have to leave us behind? Sasuke demanded. I had to go to the Sound Capital. Sai replied quickly. They are here. But we can't just move. We must time everything or else they will escape. Naruto looked around. Didn't seem like there was anything funny. But still this waiting game was becoming a bore. He is your fellow Root, isn't he? Yes. Naruto sighed. I hope nothing turns into smoke for your sake. Meaning? Danzo told us he knew what was happening, and you were to lead us to the right place because intel was spot on. I've already gotten excited over getting my hands on Kabuto. We aren't supposed to kill him. I never said anything about killing. We are to take him back to the village alive. They never said in what condition. As long as he can talk, he should be fine. Naruto replied indifferently. So how long must we wait? Izumo had been warned by Umbu that things could get dangerous today, and they would have to be on the watch out through the day and be ready for anything. The usual suspects at the gates were those who tried to sneak in with fake papers and those who were simply taking chances. What he had not been expecting was for a horde of snakes to charge to the village. Had it been one, he may have attempted to stop it, but it wasn't just one. There were more than 20 large snakes that could swallow more than 100 men whole and still demand for more. 3 of the monstrous creatures hissed their way into the village. They slammed into the buildings along the way, destroying the buildings. And then the unthinkable happened. While people cried, trying to escape the falling buildings and flying debris, the snakes started spitting out shinobi. It was then that he realized the village was under attack. His eyes turned into his partner in crime. The man was already pushing for the gates to close, to stop more of those damn hissing reptiles from crawling into the village. He jumped into the walls, watching. Around the walls, more large snakes were trying to climb. As if prepared, shinobi were hopping through the rooftops, getting ready for battle. No, the battle had already begun. It was going to be chaos. He never thought he would live to see the day where someone would be brave enough to attack the leaf. His beloved home. What you gawking at? Kotetsu shouted at him. He looked down, the gates were closed. Boom! A snake slammed into the gate. He hoped there was no bijou. How would the village survive another trauma like that? Especially at this time when their own Jinchuriki was out of the village. Boom! They were slamming into the gates. Kotetsu was sweating bullets now. Izumo knew any more of this and the gates would probably not hold on. Behind them, roars of battle were already started. It was like the enemy was already within the village. How that was possible baffled him. Anbu flashed past him, standing above the walls, with the gates below. Rather impressively, they launched lightning attacks toward the snakes. In a puff of smoke, after hisses of pain, the snakes disappeared. The realization dawned on him, Orochimaru. He was the only known snake summoner. And most likely the one with the power to launch this daring attack. He jumped down to Kotetsu. Sorry. He apologized for his days. We can't stay here. We need to jump and try to save civilians, usher them to safety. Kotetsu pointed at the immediate buildings where the snakes had crashed and where the enemy shinobi had started attacking. Without warning, both dashed toward the target in the comfort that with the gates closed, no more snakes would enter the village. Earlier, Hiruzen would have appreciated it if the daimyo didn't come to the village. It was a nuisance. He always had to take time and effort to ensure he was safe. He came with his own guards. But the problem was that this was hardly the right time. Especially when he was pressed like this. At least, he wasn't with his advisors. On his own, he was agreeable and easy to deal with. But surrounded by those political hyenas of the capital, it was a different matter altogether. It was for that reason Hiruzen was loath to visit the capital, even when summoned. Is the Minato's son around? Hiruzen shook his head. He has gone on a mission. Couldn't it have waited? I wanted to see him. The Fire Nation once had a good position with other great nations due to his father. When I see others, they must know that the Fire Nation has returned to its former glory. Hiruzen didn't frown. He just smiled, but inwardly, he was frowning. This was the kind of madness that led to wars. The daimyo bickered needlessly and then sent them into bloody wars while sitting at the comfort of their homes, guarded by shinobi. When Chunin exams came, they bothered to come, just to make bets. It had to do with a fellow clansman. It couldn't wait, Hiruzen replied. And the young Uchiha? The Earth Lord complained much and admitted his jealousy when I last saw him. Surely the Earth Lord saw Sasuke at the Chunin exams. An intended consequence outside, but he didn't expect it to have an effect in the country. They left together. There are some as dash. Boom! An explosion stopped Hiruzen from talking. Within a second, an Anbu had already dropped by his side, whispering. While the daimyo just blinked with surprise, his guards stepped into the office but Hiruzen didn't bother with them. Get Jiraiya in here and make sure Shikaku is on top of the situation to give orders. I will join the battle, Hiruzen ordered. Hi! Is there something wrong? It appears there is an attack on the village, Hiruzen replied in a serious tone. He waved his right hand, and an Anbu appeared. Take the feudal lord and his guard to safety. Hi! Hiruzen's expression became flat. He disappeared off to the top of the Hokage tower and observed what was happening. His eyes turned toward the gate. He could hear battle cries, the sounds of battles beginning. Civilians crying in fear. This wasn't expected. He never thought he would be able to live to see an invasion in the Hidden Leaf. How had this ever happened? What is the situation? A squad of Anbu surrounded him, all four kneeling. The leader was the one who spoke. Suna and the Sound have launched an attack. Some were brought in through by the snakes. Some appeared to have already been in the village. And some we have no idea how they came. Some traveled, bypassing the scouts in the outskirts of the village. And Kazekage? There is no sign of him. We have not located Orochimaru either. Find him. And the Jinchuriki. The Kazekage's youngest son is a Jinchuriki. Find him quickly. If he were to transform, it would damage the village quickly. Send out orders for all Genin to be moved to safety along with civilians. The Chunin must help out the safe passage. Shikaku will relay strategy. I will face Orochimaru once you have located him. Hi! 3 disappeared and 1 remained. A moment later, Jiraiya appeared. Sensei, I will deal with Orochimaru and his summons. You need to stay here to command things. Hiruzen shook his head. Had he been willing then? Had he taken a decision then, he would have stopped Orochimaru. He wouldn't have sent Kakashi. He would have done it himself. Orochimaru was his problem and he would deal with it. Deal with the summons. We have a Jinchuriki to worry about. Jiraiya frowned at this. We are looking for him. It is going to be a disaster if he appears. The clone said in a serious tone. It's bad when it's happening with our Jinchuriki absent. A suspicious occurrence. But we cannot focus on it. Make sure both Naruto and Sasuke get the message. They are to return immediately. Naruto will be easy. The toads can reverse summon him. Sasuke will have to travel. Just get it done. If anything happens to me, execute Danzo. He has something to do with the daimyo appearing now. Are you sure? Yes. Kuchios no Jutsu. Jiraiya's rallying call as he summoned the toads into battle. And to think he would summon them over an attack by none other than Orochimaru. It wasn't the Sandaime alone who had blundered. He too. There were many times he came across Orochimaru, and he didn't do anything. He'd even tried to bring the Sandaime back to Konoha. A hopeless cause if action. But friendship sometimes compelled one to do that. This was a step too far. Something that could never be forgiven. Already, he had taken Naruto. And now this. Not forgetting he kidnapped hundreds of kids in the village just to experiment on them. Why have you summoned me, Jiraiya? Gamabunta demanded the moment he appeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya didn't have to answer the question. Immediately, he sensed the presence of the damned slithering reptiles and went on alarm. Konoha was under attack. Manda was probably around. It didn't take time for him to spot the dark creature hissing as it crushed buildings, charging toward them. Umba chased after it, trying to burn it alive with Katon Jutsu. But it must slid away from them. Grr! I hate that damn snake! Gamabunta said, withdrawing his sword. You owe me after this, Jiraiya. That isn't the worst of our problems. We could be facing up to the one-tailed Bijou. Another Bijou? Minato summoned me to hold down the Kyuubi. You want me to get killed? Shikaku is murderous and crazy. He quickly held up his sword as Manda threw himself at him. He positioned it carefully in front of him, and the snake crashed into it with its head. Orochimaru sat pretty atop, a wide grin on his lips. Manda hissed, his forked tongue escaped from his mouth. Gamabunta quickly jumped back. He didn't want the crawling insect to spit out poison from close range. Jiraiya glared at Orochimaru. It was good that their sensei wasn't around here yet. He was going to want to face this person. Jiraiya could face him. The buildings were burning. Battles were already resulting in deaths. Some snakes had already passed the walls and were laying siege in the village. It was just pure destruction. There was no other intention aside from destroying things. Orochimaru was truly intent on trying to destroy the leaf. There wasn't a lot of manpower behind. But the summons and the Bijou were making things complicated. How low you have fallen, Orochimaru. To attack the village that made you. I can't believe you would do this to Sensei. Kukukuka. Orochimaru laughed. Don't be surprised now, Jiraiya-kun. You were planning on killing me. I decided to do the most sensible thing. And it was Sensei's decision that I should be killed. If you think you're capable of destroying Konoha, you have one thing coming for you, Orochimaru. Jiraiya jumped down, taking a stance. Go deal with the other snakes. They are causing more problems, he said to the toads. I'm clumsy, so they might slip through. The other toad said before jumping away. You want to handle both Manda and Orochimaru. I can handle them. If push comes, I will use Sage Mode. I cannot let the destruction continue, and allow Orochimaru to escape this village with his life. Jiraiya said in a serious tone, hands held together. Don't be all cocky. Gamabunta shouted, but he understood and departed from the scene, heading straight toward the village gates. I would love to fool around with you, Jiraiya, and finish the job I should have done long ago, but you're not my opponent. Orochimaru said, folding his hands. Deal with him, he said to Manda. You ordering me around, Orochimaru? Kukukuku. Orochimaru laughed. I'm making a request. I will pay, of course. Don't forget. You still owe me from last time. There is plenty in this village. I will deliver. Orochimaru said, trying to jump away, but Jiraiya jumped toward him. He didn't look back. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes toward his right, seeing Manda's tail cutting through the air as it flashed toward him. It was going to hurt if it hit him. But this momentarily lapse in concentration was enough for Orochimaru to make his escape. Before the tail could hit him, Jiraiya held out both his hands, positioning his body to face it. As it was about to hit him, both hands touched the tail, using it to flip in midair while avoiding the swing. He quickly disappeared and landed on the rooftop, staring at the large snake, wondering how the hell he was going to deal with it quick enough to chase after Orochimaru. He couldn't leave it. It would just go on a destruction spree. The Umbu were busy cleaning up the walls of the other snakes, and they were doing it swiftly. It was just the ones within the village. Not that many of them. With the toads in the scene, this would be over quickly. The shortest invasion ever recorded. Orochimaru was a fool to think this would result in Konoha being destroyed. Tsunade hopped through buildings, rushing toward the hospital. She couldn't just sit still and watch the village get burnt. Not while she was still alive. But the main concern was the hospital. With things happening right in the village like this, there would be an influx of the wounded. Both shinobi and civilians. It wouldn't be out of the picture for some to even target it. In war, medical camps always sat behind battle lines. Shinobi kept coming and going. Destroy it, and you stop the enemy from healing their wounded. But in a village, the effect would be devastating. She crash-landed right in front of the hospital. The Umbu had already taken positions to defend it. People were already being moved out. It was a precaution just in case something happened. If they used a building like this, it would be disastrous not only to the wounded but the medics if the building was to go down. Behind her, a large snake hissed as it charged toward the entrance. Tsunade cursed. Damn Orochimaru. He was forcing her into this situation and the village that was once home to him. Their sensei was going to be heartbroken. May even die as a result. Her right hand glowed with chakra before firmly planting her right foot on the ground. She twisted, lashing toward the rushing snake. Her fist collided with its head. The snake hissed painfully after its movements were brought into a complete halt by Tsunade's fist. The slug princess looked away as the snake exploded into a shower of blood. When another shinobi jumped at her from behind, she turned around quickly, landing a brutal punch on his chest. She heard the sound of bones snapping on contact. The shinobi yelped, spitting out blood before flying away from her. It was just out of frustration that she punched so hard. She turned toward the hospital. The lobby was crowded with the wounded. Umbu were kneeling in all corners, most likely ready to hold the floor in place in case the building exploded. Shizen and Sakura were upon her in a second. How is it? Mostly poison, Shizen replied in a hurried tone. It is making things complicated because poison takes too much time, unlike wounds. It was so like Orochimaru. At least he hadn't poisoned the entire village. Sakura, go out into the battlefield. Shizen and I will manage the wounded. She was more than capable of fighting. Her strength was needed there in the first place. Hi, master. Sakura was quick to rush away. Perhaps a little too excited to display her strength to the village and her teammates. A pity, none of them were around. But that wasn't the most important agenda at the moment. Smashing as many snakes and enemy shinobi as she could was the point of her rushing out of the hospital. Once Sakura was gone, Tsunade walked out and then bit her thumb, drawing out blood. Kuchios no jutsu! Temari worried, looking at how things were going. Sure, the hidden leaf was in panic mode. Buildings were exploding. Shinobi were battling along the walls. Remarkably, the village had reacted fast enough to push out those who had been smuggled into the village from the streets and toward the walls. The horde of snakes that would have certainly destroyed Suna now had their numbers dwindling. It wasn't looking good for them. Her worry was Gaara. Maybe when he appeared, the scales would be tipped to their favor once more. Kankuro nervously shifted as he watched the raging battles. Do you know when Gaara is going to attack? Shouldn't he be already? Temari didn't like that he was going to be used like this. But this was basically war. Whether she agreed or disagreed with it was another matter. But if he transformed, surely it would be their victory. I wonder what is taking things long. Things are not exactly according to plan. Baki appeared behind the two siblings before Temari could respond to Kankuro. Listen to me. I want you two to go to a safe place. Be ready to escape if we start losing. Konoha won't forgive this if we fail to pull through. No doubt, there would be severe consequences. But they still had to do this for the survival of the hidden sand. But what worried Baki was that they couldn't find their leader. He'd come with them, but then he'd suddenly disappeared. If the children of the Kazekage survived, then Suna could still have a future. We can't leave without Gaara. Temari responded firmly. I'm saying be in the safe place. I will see what I can do. I can't even find your father. But just be ready for anything. Leave this place, he instructed in a cold tone. Kakashi ducked under a swinging kick, lifting both his hands. He grabbed the leg and then rose quickly, lifting the man as he twisted around. He hurled the man toward another, and jumped away to avoid a flashing kunai without watching the man collide with a fellow sound shinobi. The Jonin landed a distance away, and then darted toward a group of 4 who were ready to face him. The 4 didn't wait on him, they too charged. They all stabbed him with kunai. 2 on his shoulders, 2 more around his waist. He then burst into flames, taking out the 4. Konoha Senpu! The loud voice of his friend. Kakashi twisted around from the roof of the academy. He was only able to witness the Jonin plant his foot to the face of Sunanin. The man yelped as he was sent flying away by the taijutsu master. You should be more careful, my eternal rival. Guy cautioned Kakashi. I had it covered. Kakashi replied with a shrug. Still, who would have thought Suna would attack them? Especially at a time where some of their best shinobi had just departed from the village. It was almost like this was planned. How had they even managed to make it into the village without anyone knowing? How had some managed to even hide within the village walls? Inside job? But who? Someone in power. It just smelled. Kakashi didn't think Danzo would be corrupt enough to go this far. He wasn't forgetting that had once ordered him to try to kill the Sandaime Hokage for his own benefit, selling it as for the good of Konoha. Konoha was going to survive, but it would have felt this. Lives have already been lost. The buildings were still crumbling after snakes went on a rampage. But you really cannot trust anyone, can you? That is not the most important thing at the moment. We have to secure the village. Indeed. Ino was leading a group of civilians through to the emergency shelters. She was a little glad she wasn't in the battle zones. Only Jonin were the ones fighting. The lowly ones were doing the easy jobs. This was being a kunoichi. She would have been out there, fighting in the midst of explosions, hissing of snakes. A fight to protect her village. But this was still an important job. Sakura was either at the hospital, or fighting even when she was of the same rank? What of Shikamaru? Was he fine? And Chuji? She hadn't seen them since the battle started. She worried. She hadn't even seen her mother either. Duty came first, or so she'd been told. She came to a halt when she heard the hissing sound, a shadow above them. A snake was crashing down at them as if it had been flung over. Before it crashed on them, a giant toad landed beside. Its giant feet flung dust toward her, forcing her to shield her eyes to avoid temporary blindness. She looked up. The toad was swinging its huge blade. The blade cut through the snake as if it were butter. The snake was cut in half. She heard the Umbu shouting jutsu. The other piece was hit by lightning jutsu. So powerful the piece was completely erased. The other by a fire jutsu. The toad jumped away without warning, leaving her with her crowd. An Umbu dropped beside her. To the hospital. The woman behind the mask said. Go to the hospital. Danzo stared down at the group of men kneeling in front of him, and then said, Our time has arrived to step out of the shadows. And that concludes part 3 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Naruto Corrupted, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to the Omnipresent Sage, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.